How's everybody doing? Welcome to my live stream. My name is Rob the Maritimer. Can you hear me? We always start with that question. Can you hear me? Thumbs up. Yes. Either will do. It looks to me like my audio is working okay. Sharon Goodnow. Yes. Yep. Yes. Yes. Awesome. Great. I don't know why the first several times I did a live stream, my audio was off. I think I talked for close to 2 minutes with no audio on before I glanced at the chat and somebody said, "We can't hear you." So anyways, that's something I have to get used to making sure it's working. So I always ask. How's everybody doing today? It's been a busy week for me. It's warm here. I'm in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, or near Halifax. For those who don't know where that is, that's East Coast Canada on the Atlantic Ocean. I do these live streams every Tuesday, and I talk about video editing, YouTube, and I typically am addressing the people who are over 40 years old, because that's who I can talk most intelligently to, if that makes sense, because that's what I am. Anyways, today I was going to go through, I've got a whole bunch of stuff written down here to go through, but we always start with going through the chats, and so why don't we start there? Just see who's here. Peanut where are you going to go? Okay, why don't you go over there? I might have to put the cat TV on for her. So let's go right to the top here. And so the first question I had was about Adobe Audition. I'd love to learn how to set up Adobe Audition with any presets you would recommend for best audio. I plan on making a video that will walk you through all of that. I can't really show it today because it's something that I set up a long time ago, when I first started on YouTube, about 3 years ago. And I found another YouTube video or two, I think. I did some research on it, and I wanted to make my audio sound better. Now, what you're hearing now is just straight out of the microphone, no editing done to it at all. But on my videos, I do process the audio, and I make it sound a little bit better. So I add compression, I play with the equalizer a little bit, I add some bass and some treble. A noise, well, I don't actually need to add a noise gate because there's no noise in here anyways. What else? Compression. Anyways, there's several things that I do, and I can't really talk intelligently about that today because, well, just from what I just said. So I'm going to make a video that's going to explain exactly what I do there, probably within, if not this week, probably next week. So hopefully that would help you. Peanut, where are you going to go? Why don't we go over there? Here. Sorry, just one sec. She was asleep for the last 3 hours, so I don't know why she's up now. Here, why don't you go? Here. Why don't you go up here? You like to be up there. So there's no way she's going to stay there. But who knows, she might. She's back on her perch. Right? No, she's not going to stay. Anyways, that's okay. She comes and goes. Let's move right along. Travis Broadcaster. Hello, Travis. Welcome to the live stream. Jeez, I've got a fly flying in here and everything else. Question is why you decide to start on YouTube and when, how you don't get demoralized and stop uploading videos. Thanks. Yeah, well, I mean, that would be a problem if I got demoralized. So I haven't been doing this as my full-time job. I've been on YouTube for about 3 years. Why did I start? I was a video editor, freelance video editor. So I did basically small jobs through a website called Fiverr.com. And that was kind of my full-time job for 3 or 4 years. And the whole time I'm doing that, I was really busy with that and spending a lot of time in the office doing these kind of mundane tasks, adding subtitles and things like that. So after a while, I got to thinking, so you know what? I should be teaching people how to do this, and YouTube is the perfect place to do that. So I started teaching video editing on YouTube. I made how-to tutorials for several years. You know, it took me a long time to get monetized, so to speak. Yeah, no, that's how I got started, and I don't get demoralized because I really enjoy it. I like creating videos, and I'm growing a YouTube channel now. Eventually, I'd like it to be, an income for retirement. And I think it's a cool thing to have to leave after I'm gone. There's me online, a whole whack of videos that people could go through. So that might be a little bit. Anyways, that's just something that sometimes people think about. So it's kind of cool, I think, to have something out there. Call it a legacy, if you will. So yeah, that's why I started, and I don't get demoralized. Pixel Pusher. Hello, how are you doing? And welcome to the live stream. We've got 26 people in here. That's awesome. That is awesome. Just quickly, so I'll try not to fall too far behind in the Q&As, but keep asking questions, and I will get to yours eventually. I don't skip any. Okay, you did a pre-show for your live, then came back to do the live on the same feed. How did you do that? So there's three parts to the live stream. I keep thinking there's a fly landing on my leg, but it's a cat's tail. When I set up the live, I set it up and I schedule it, okay? And I scheduled this live stream yesterday, last night, I think. So less than 24 hours before the live stream started. So what I did, I set that up, but then this morning, I'm going to say, I think it was 3 hours ago, because I remember I said that right in the trailer. This morning I made another video, and it's called a trailer. I made a trailer video. I was sitting over there in my chair using the other camera, this camera here, and I used the teleprompter, and I recorded a small, I think it was around 1 minute, a 1 minute trailer, and then edited that, put the audio together with it. I made one or two small cuts to eliminate mistakes. And then you go back into your scheduled live stream, and there's a place where you can go. If you go to edit and then customization, you can then add a trailer to a live stream. So then I go down, I click add trailer, I add the trailer. So, sorry, I got ahead of myself. When I made the trailer video, you have to upload that as an unlisted video. Okay, so the trailer video is uploaded as an unlisted video. That means nobody can see it unless they have the link. So unless I copied and pasted the link and sent it to people, there's no way anybody would find it on YouTube. And then it's in my YouTube studio, and then I can go into my live stream that's scheduled and attach that trailer to the live stream. And once I do that, then when you go to my channel, or if you're notified that I'm about to go live, like if you're subscribed and you get notifications, then if you click on that, you'll watch that 1 minute trailer first, and then it'll leave you on that page, where the live stream will happen. So that's the way that worked. That's the first part. The second part is I actually go live 5 minutes before I go live, if that makes sense. So I start the live stream, but the first thing I do is I play that 5 minute countdown video that has a live view of me through the camera. So yeah, that's live during that 5 minutes. I can see that you can see me, and I think the reason I do that is it gets people into the live chat room while I'm still getting set up. So I start that about 5 minutes before 2 o'clock my time. So at 1:55 I start that, and then with a couple seconds to go in the countdown timer, I just switch cameras over to myself. So that is how I start my live streams. So there you go. I hope that helped. Where creative investor, hello, and thank you for the question. Where do you source your music from? So lately, the only music I've been using is the same music track. You guys probably notice. I use it for the intro for my live streams, and I use it for the endings of my recent videos that have bloopers at the end. I play that music there. And for my videos, say a month ago and before, I would use it in the intro of my how-to tutorial videos. So to answer your question, I use Motion Array. MotionArray.com, and I think I have a link to it down below, is where you can go to get royalty-free music if you have an account with them. There are other places too. Epidemic Sound, I get some of my music from as well sometimes. Like if I'm making videos for clients, I'll quite often have to get royalty-free music. When I say royalty-free, I can't just go ahead and pop a U2 song in one of my videos. I can't use anything that's commercially available. They are copyrighted. And if I tried to use popular music or anything that's copyrighted, I could get a copyright strike on my videos, and then either I would not be able to monetize that video, and instead any earnings would go to the copyright owner, or I run the risk of having the video deleted by YouTube, or the whole channel could be deleted. So it's not something you want to mess around with, using music that's not royalty free. So I've signed up with motionarray.com and epidemicsound.com. I don't know why I have both, but I do have both right now. Once the annual subscription to those runs out, I'll probably make a decision which one I want to keep. Yeah, the music I use, I forget what it's called, but I believe I got that from Motion Array. And you can search for so that is like an upbeat, happy, if you just search for upbeat, happy music, then you'll get a whole bunch that are like that. And that's probably what I searched on to find that. So there you go. Sharon, hello from Cincinnati. Hello, Sharon from Cincinnati. How are you? Nice to have you here. Leah Grant. Hello, Leah. Nice to see you. Just watched your last video. Awesome. Thank you very much. I hope you liked it. Oh, now we get into the yeses. Everybody can hear me. That's right. I'm just getting caught up to that. So tend to run about 10 minutes behind or so. But hello, everybody. So we've got Pixel Pusher, Pamela Powers. Hello, Pam. Welcome back. Brent O'Pry. Hello. Thanks for stopping in. Ms. Vonita, good afternoon. I can hear you. Thank you. That's awesome. Caitlin XOX. Hello, Caitlin. How you doing? Nice to see you. The Solo Glass. Hello. How are you? And Sharon Goodnow. Actually, my last name is pronounced like in a sentence. Good enough? Sharon Goodenough or Goodnow? I'm not sure. It looks like good enough. Apologies in advance if I pronounce anybody's name wrong, because I'm not good at that. Travis Broadcaster, hello. I'm 39. I'm not included. Just kidding. Yeah, no, this, over 40 doesn't matter. You don't have to be over 40. You could be over 50. You could be over 20. Doesn't really matter. I guess my point in saying over 40 is that's who tends to understand me the best, because I am over 40. I'm actually over 50. But anyways, there you go. But yeah, so the premise behind my latest videos and the series of videos, I'm working on a 36 video series that's going to be like a mini course or a guide, or I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but I'm about a third of the way through it. And it's geared towards over 40 as well. And by that, I basically mean, there's a lot of people, over 40 who, YouTube's been around for a long time now, enough time that everybody or most people know about it. And there's a lot of people that are starting to think, well, cool. I mean, maybe I'd like to do that and get into YouTube, but they may think, it's a young person's game, and why, who's going to watch somebody who's 50 years old making a YouTube video? The answer is people over 50 will, or over 40, or over 30. So Yeah, the popular YouTube videos, the ones getting tens of millions of views, like the Mr. Beast videos, things like that. Sure, most of the people watching those videos are probably in their teens and 20s, right? Younger people, 30s even. I've watched some Mr. Beast videos too. Some of them are pretty fun. But the majority of people are younger that watch those. And perhaps if you look at total view count of videos on YouTube, then yeah, most of the views are probably coming from the younger generations. But the thing is, think of it this way: there are, I don't even know, like hundreds of millions or billions of videos out there, billions, I guess. I should look that up. There are way too many. I once saw a video that kind of explained it. If you sat down and watched every single video on YouTube, it would take you something like 50,000 years to get through them all. Like, there's no way. And every minute that passes, there's like another several hours of well, even more than that, hours and hours of video, new video added to YouTube. So because of that, every person who opens up YouTube and decides what they want to watch, right? Their YouTube is different than anybody else's YouTube. Everybody's YouTube is tailored to them. Okay, so YouTube goes to great lengths to try to figure out what you want to see. And if you haven't, actually, this helps if you have a YouTube account, because then it remembers what you've seen, what you click on. Some people don't like that. Some people feel like that's, Big Brother watching them. I personally don't mind that at all. It means the videos that I'm presented with are more often than not ones that I may want to see, right? I mean, they're not always right, and every once in a while, YouTube will try something new. They'll think, okay, well, he likes video editing and over 40 stuff and sailing and the ocean, stuff like that. Let's try let's try a powerboating video, right? I may or may not click on that. So over time, the YouTube that you see whenever you open up your YouTube is going to be tailored to you. So it's completely different than somebody halfway around the world who has completely different interests than you. So take that a step further. If you're over 40, 50, 60, whatever, more often than not, you're going to be presented with videos that YouTube thinks you want to see. So I guess my I don't even know what the question was in the beginning. I'm 39, I'm not included. Well, as a 39-year-old, you're probably going to be presented with videos that they think a 39-year-old wants to see. Right? And not only that, but they'll also, kind of track what you've seen and show you similar stuff. So, excuse me, where are you going? You want to come over here? Come over here. Why don't you come over here? You're not going to get on my lap, not right now. She wants to lay on my lap, but I can't move my hands around when she does. If you're over whatever, 60, let's say, and you make a video of something that interests you, then chances are there's other people over 60 who are going to want to watch that. So that's your audience. You're not making videos for the under 20 crowd. You're making videos for people like you. Okay? So that's kind of my point behind this. So there you go. So you're 39 years old, you're included. You're included. Dancing Alone with Rentals is here to say hello to the lioness. There she is, waving her tail at you. There you go. Peanut is a female. She's a ragdoll. She has a lion cut, and she keeps rubbing up against my MacBook. I have nightmares that she's going to chew on the corner of the screen of my MacBook, and it's going to die. That would be horrible. But anyways, Peanut is 13 years old, and she loves to sit in here while I work. Actually, if you can bear with me one sec, I know exactly what she's waiting for. I don't know if you saw my latest video, but to do that video, I needed her to stay on the desk for a while. So I launched something called Cat TV, and she loved it. So she just sits there and stares at it. So I'm going to just try to find that and set it up for her so that she can watch it. I'm going to have to turn the volume off. Sorry about that. And make that smaller, put it on my other monitor. Sorry, bear with me. I should have had this set up. She's waiting for it. There we go. Make it bigger screen. There you go. All right, so just so you know what I've done. Is this going to work? There you go. There she is. She likes to stare at the mice. That'll keep her busy for a little bit. Okay, my God, it's hot in here. Okay. How's everybody doing? I'm doing great. I'm warm though. I'm sweaty. I'm afraid I'm gonna show sweat through my shirt by the time this is all done today. What a tale indeed. Yes, that is the lion cut. And she loves it. She asks for it. Isabella. Hello, Isabella. How you doing? Nice to see you here. Dorica. Hello, Dorica. First time here. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good week. Absolutely. I am. I hope you are too. Creative investor. Great content, Rob. A little distracting with your cat's sphincter in focus. Yeah, I get that. I didn't even think of that. That's what you guys were seeing. Sorry about that. Dan says, thanks for your great videos. No problem, Dan. I'm having fun with this. That's something else too. Like a lot of people, so again, it is warm. Sorry about that. A lot of people are putting way too much worry into this. And I get it. I totally get it. So like 3 years ago when I started, I thought I was all set to go. I actually bought this camera and that lens. One or two of these lights. I mean, I had already spent a whole bunch of money gearing up. I watched a whole bunch of Nick Nimmin videos and Think Media videos, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to do this. Awesome. I got all the stuff. Let's go. Turn on the camera, and I had no idea what to say. Like, I did not have a clue how hard it would be to make my first video. And it was super hard. I don't know why. I just know that it is. So I understand what you might be going through if you're. So I was in my late 40s when I started. And yeah, so I get it. I have a 25-year-old son who's in computer science and a 21-year-old daughter who's not in computer science, but is certainly familiar with tech these days, Instagram and all that stuff. And so I lean on them quite a bit to learn about a lot of this stuff. My son does live streaming of gaming and whatnot, so he's helped me with that. And but yeah, I had no idea how hard it would be to actually talk to a camera. It's weird. I'm getting more used to it now, but it takes a lot of practice. So all I can say is just try not to worry about it. It's fun. If you can have fun doing it, and for me, that means laughing at myself. Like, and the easiest thing, what I really enjoy, and I don't know why I didn't do this sooner, but starting with a video about 2 weeks ago, the over 40 video I did, where I put all the bloopers at the end, which had a lot to do with Peanut, but also me just trying to get going with the video. That resonated with a lot of people, and that, as a result, that video is doing very well. But I guess I didn't realize that I'm not the only one. Don't chew on that, please. No, you sit down. Don't go back there. Just stay right there. Look, the mouse is right there. Yeah, so I get it, but now I can look back at those first videos I made. I cringe. I actually watched one of them or most of one of them today because somebody asked me for a link to one of my first video, and just watching it, I'm just like, oh my God, like that was awful. But I laugh at it, and I have no problem with other people looking at it and laughing too. I mean, that's just all part of having fun with it. So I don't take myself very seriously. Love from Singapore. That's like almost exactly halfway away around the world from here. So it's probably like 2 a.m. for you. Wow, that's pretty late or early. But welcome and thanks for stopping in. Caitlin, hello. Could you show how YouTubers set up their screen to show their reactions to TikTok? Could you show how YouTubers set up their screen to show their reactions to TikTok videos? I'm looking to create my own channel doing that. Much appreciated if you have time. Sure. I've actually never made a video like that, but I think I know what you're talking about. Let me see. I can show that really quick. So let me... this is going to be a little bit rough because I'm not prepared for this, but why not? Let's go here. I'm going to open up my video editing program if I can find it. Applications right here. So you can do this with any video editing program. Okay, so don't just like, you may not have the one I'm going to use here, but that doesn't matter because it's kind of done the same way. So let me share my screen. So here we are, and I'll put your comment back here, but I will make it smaller, and I will move it here. Okay. So for those who don't know, this is Camtasia. Okay, it's I think one of the easiest video editing programs to learn, and it's not free though. If you're looking for something free, CapCut is a good one. And if you're doing TikTok videos, maybe you're familiar with CapCut because it's actually provided by or made by, CapCut is made by the owners of TikTok. Where are you going? I thought she was going to knock this over. Sorry. Put that over here. You're being very disruptive today. Very disruptive. Here. Why don't you... Here, try to lie down over there. Okay, so what I would do... So TikTok video, first of all, it's vertical, right? Like a portrait style. So the first thing I would do is go in here and set up my canvas that way. So project settings... I would go 1080 by 1920. For those who don't know, that's your typical pixel size for a vertical portrait video. 1080 by 1920, which is opposite the widescreen, 1920 by 1080 or 1080p. Okay, so I'd set that up first. I would find the TikTok video. Now I just had a thought. This might not be exactly what you're trying to do because I know TikTok gives you a way to do it from within TikTok, right? And I've not done that. Okay, so I don't think I'd be able to help show you that. But I'll make a note of that and try to get back to you with that. But what I would do would be to download the video to my computer, and then I would put it in here, and then you can resize it. So let me just grab a video here. Let's go to my projects, live stream, trailer, my trailer video that I just did. Let's bring that in here. I just brought a video into Camtasia. That's the trailer video I made earlier today. I would bring that down onto the timeline, okay, which also puts it in here. And then I would resize it. So now this happens to be a horizontal video, but you can resize them and make it vertical like this. Just fill that complete area out. And actually, if I change the canvas snapping and put that on, then I can make sure it's exactly the right. There we go. I'll show everything like that. Yeah, so that's how you do that. But then again, if there's another video I want to add to this, okay, like the TikTok video, I would download that and I would put that wherever I want to put that. So if I want to be below it, then I would move myself down here, and just for let's just I'm just going to make a copy of this video just so you get the idea. But I would put, say, the other video up top here, and let's say it's something like this. It's not going to make a whole lot of sense. Let's remove the audio from that one, and then this could be me reacting to the top video, like something like this.
Me in a couple hours for my weekly live stream. I'll start at...
Okay, I don't know if that helps because, like I said, as I started to do this, I realized that you're probably talking about how to do it within TikTok. and I've not done that. I'd have to figure that out first. But that's how you can do something similar in something like Camtasia, and then you can go ahead and add text to it, right? You can put text on here and, change the color to, I don't know, blue, let's say, make it bigger, and then, whatever, hello, whoops, whatever you want to do. Okay, that very rough, but I don't know. I hope that helps. That's just to give you a little bit of an idea of some of the things you can do in Camtasia. So yeah, I hope that helps. But I'm starting to fall behind here. Let me try to get caught up a bit. Teacher Bert, hello, how you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Yokai Watch says, will there be bloopers at the end of this live stream? No, there won't. I'm sorry. Can't do that. That's the benefit about doing live streams is you're done. When the live stream is over, you just, it turns into a video. All I do is I will then turn monetization back on. So incidentally, I never mentioned this at the beginning, but whenever you watch one of my live streams, there will never be any ads throughout it if you're watching live. And that's because I don't have monetization on. If I did have it on, then I could be, or I would be, interrupted by an ad every so often. If you don't have YouTube Premium, you'd be presented with an ad. And then when that's over and you came back, you would have missed some of my stream. So I don't want that. So I don't have monetization on, but I do turn it on when this is finished and it's not live anymore and this becomes a video on demand. So just so you know, that's how I do this. If you then watch a video on demand, like a live stream later on the replay, when you see an ad, my video is actually paused. Okay, it's paused. So when the ad's finished, you end up coming right back to where you left off. So that's how that works. I like to explain that so people know. So there you go. Milos, I hope I said that right. Hello, how you doing? Rob, I really enjoy your videos. Do you think it's okay to open my own channel where I want to talk about something, but I have a problem with one eye that is slightly closed? Absolutely. That doesn't matter. That's totally fine. That's you, right? And that's what I try to tell people, that try not to be self-conscious of yourself. Put another way, we are our own worst critics. Okay, we're very hard on ourselves, all of us. It's just human nature. Maybe not all of us, but most people are pretty hard on themselves. They don't like how they sound. They don't like how they look. If one eye is, more closed than another, or whatever it is, they don't like how gray their hair is or how little hair they have, right? Whatever it is, everybody critiques themselves way more than everybody else critiques them, if that makes sense. Part of what plays into that is, let's say you record yourself on video and it captures the audio as well, and you listen to it back and you're listening to yourself and you hate the way you sound, right? This is pretty much everybody is like this. And that's because you may not normally hear yourself that way. You normally hear yourself from within your own head. But the reality is, what you're hearing from the camera is how you sound to everybody else but you. Okay, so it may sound weird to you, but it sounds totally normal to everybody else. Okay, so try to keep that in mind. Once you've heard yourself enough times, you do tend to get used to it. It took me a while too, but I'm used to it now. Because I have to watch my videos over and over again just to make sure, I've edited them correctly and all this stuff. So, yeah, just try not to worry about it too much. People won't judge you as much as you think they do. And in fact, if they do, actually, I should take that back. As channels grow, you will always run into trolls and just negative people, people that hate on everything, right? And they just exist to comment negatively for some reason they get off on making other people feel bad or trying to make other people feel bad. So there are people like that out there, and there's really nothing we can do about it. All we can do is ignore them. We can choose to ignore them. That's what I do. I get them. We've had a lot of comments on the last several videos that I've done, and they're not all positive. The vast majority are. But the ones that are negative, I'll either hide them or delete them. I just choose not to listen to them. Another way to think about it is the people who react negatively like that, they're not the people who are going to be your audience anyways. The people who subscribe to you and watch your videos and comment positively, those are the ones you want. And in fact, they're the ones that are going to be notified when you come out with another video, right? If they've subscribed. If people don't like your video, they're not going to subscribe. They're going to move on, and YouTube will probably not show them one of your videos again. But that's okay, because there's 2.5 billion other people out there who could potentially be one of your viewers. So you don't have to worry about the people who don't like the way you look or sound or whatever. So, or your age, right? That's another thing. People think they're too old to start this. Well, you're not. So anyways, I hope that helps. I would not worry about if you think one eye is slightly more closed than the other. I wouldn't worry about that at all. That's you, right? That's you. And if you put yourself in your videos, you become your brand, right? And I don't think if you have one eye that's more closed than the other, and I'm sorry to keep saying that, but you brought it up, then if you consciously try to not, like maybe you're trying to force that eye open more than, well, then you're not being you. You're not being natural, and that's just going to be hard to replicate every time. It's just something I wouldn't worry too much about. Try to think that you're talking to friends when you're talking to your camera or doing live streams or anything like that. Peanut is just wrong. What are you doing? What? What are you doing? Do you want out? No? I don't know. What do you guys think she wants? What do you want to do? I know you don't want to chew on those cords. Do you want to go out? I think I have to try to let her out. 1 second. Put that back on. You want to go out? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it is warm here today. Okay, back at the questions. I hope you guys don't mind me going through the questions like I do. This is kind of the way I've been doing it. I see there's a whole lot of other questions here, and I will get to yours. So just so you know, the last 2 weeks, this live stream has gone longer than 3 hours, and that's fine. I'll do that again today if you guys want me to. Yeah, I'll stay here as long as you guys keep asking me questions. Well, to a point. At some point, I'm going to get hungry and I'm going to need to get some supper. But there you go. Ms. Vanita has a question. Is using ChatGPT a bad thing for helping with titles and descriptions? I've been told yes and no, and I am really struggling with my channel with that aspect. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. ChatGPT, sure, you could use that. So, I mean, some people are using ChatGPT to completely write a script for their video, not just titles and descriptions, but like a full script that they'll then read, or have AI voices read for them. I don't personally, not that I don't believe in that. I know it can be done. I don't think that's the best way to grow a channel. Anything AI like that, I like to think of AI as a tool you can use to help you be more efficient. Okay, so for example, this mini course that I'm creating, this set of videos this series that I'm making, I used ChatGPT to help me with the chapters, to help me break it down. I used it as a starting point, and then I went through it. And so what I did is the course I'm creating is basically the steps I go through to make all of my videos. So to make one video, basically, it's all the steps that go all from start to finish, from planning to scripting to recording, editing, uploading, and then repeating all of that. Okay. I used ChatGPT as a starting point, and then I modified it. So there were some steps they didn't have there that I do. So I delete those. I delete the ones that they have that I don't use, and I would insert other ones. Um, yeah, so yeah, that's what I do. I use ChatGPT a lot to ask questions, like just whereas 2 years ago I might have used Google to search for things, I'll now use ChatGPT. I have the window often open on my Mac, and I'll just type it in like, oh, I can't even think, like anything, and it'll give me the answer. So if I'm researching companies, for example, or cameras, right, or even what are the differences between CapCut and Camtasia, I can type that into ChatGPT and it'll give me a pretty good answer, right? So yeah, I'd use it to lean on. But don't necessarily use only what ChatGPT tells you. You'll want to do your own research as well for titles and descriptions. And the thing about descriptions too, you want there are probably things. So what I do with descriptions, once I have one, like I've got a template description that I kind of start with, and then I'll modify that based on what that video is about. I have a bunch of affiliate links that I have in all my descriptions, but I'll change the top paragraph that is a summary of what I'm talking about. I don't use ChatGPT for that because what I typically do is I'll watch back the beginning of my video and okay, what did I say? And I'll kind of repeat that as the description, right? So that's my suggestion. So hopefully that helps. And Milo says, I really enjoy your videos. Thank you. Do you think it's okay to open my own channel where I want to talk about something, but I have a Oh, sorry. I already read that. I already answered that one. Or maybe that came in twice. That did come in twice for some reason. Already answered that. Hopefully that helped. JV's Hangout. First time catching the live. Ran across one of your videos and subscribed. Awesome. Thank you and welcome. I hope you get some good advice out of this, or some use out of it anyways. Teacher Bert, do you use the YouTube community to promote your channel and live events? I think I have maybe 3 posts in the YouTube community, so no, I haven't used it much. I think I used it once to let people know that I was going to be late with a video. That was a couple months ago when I had a fairly rigid schedule where I was posting every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I was gearing up for a new release of the editing software I was using, Camtasia, and I was posting at 10 o'clock each of those 3 days, and I was trying to keep that schedule, and that actually helped the channel grow through that period. And so I used the community tab to let people know. I don't think it got a lot of views. So I may use it some more, but it's not something I use very much right now, no. Nothing against it, it's just that there are so many things, right? And sometimes you can't do everything. You gotta limit what you're doing. There you go. So, who do we have next? Matthias. Will, what would you say the biggest mistake people starting fresh on YouTube make? Biggest mistake. Well, I already talked about worrying too much about what they look and sound like, and trying to be too perfect, I guess, is a mistake. A lot of people do try to be too perfect, and it stops them from actually making content. It stopped me. I stopped posting for over a year. Now, I moved from one house to another during that time and had to tear down my office and reset things up. So that was a bit of a roadblock. But the easier you can make it on yourself to generate content and to make videos, the less roadblocks there are, and you won't tend to give up, right? So I guess that's another mistake. Like, people will give up. Something else would be, I mean, you say, what's the biggest mistake? I mean, there's several. There's lots of things that could stop people from posting. One might be they're not making money fast enough. They don't see their channel growing fast enough. I'm here to tell you that it can take a long time for a channel to grow, but it can also happen really fast. So it really depends on the content you post. And it also depends on how you approach it. So, like a lot of people approach YouTube as a hobby, but expect to earn a full-time income from it. That's not going to happen if you approach it like a hobby. Other people think that, well, as soon as I get my YouTube channel monetized, then I'm going to make a full-time income. That's not true either. In fact, YouTube monetization, like through YouTube, like when YouTube pays you money, that's arguably one of the smallest revenue streams you can get from a business that's using YouTube to generate leads, if that makes sense. It's another video I'm working on actually. I'm going to explain this a little bit better, but basically, if you look at successful creators, there was actually, I watched one video yesterday or a couple days ago. Katie Steckley, another Canadian from Ontario, she made a video that really broke down revenue and expenses and income from basically a YouTuber who does it as a career. Her channel, I can't remember, over 200,000, it might be over 300,000 subscribers. So a really good sized channel. But the money she earns from AdSense from YouTube is like, I'm gonna get this wrong, but it's something like 10 to 15% of what she earns. Okay, so there's other ways to make money besides waiting to earn money from YouTube AdSense, and you can start earning money those ways way before your channel gets monetized. So it's things like creating courses or digital products that people can download. If I'm talking about video editing, I edit videos. So if I were to create video editing templates to get people started, I could sell those, and that would be a digital download. If you're a copywriter, maybe you sell copyright, like done for you sales funnels and things like that. So that's another revenue source. There's all kinds. You could have memberships, right? I mentioned courses. I'm kind of drawing a blank here, but my point is YouTube AdSense is, if people focus too much on trying to get their channel monetized and it's not happening fast enough for them, that's a mistake to get out for those reasons, because the growth will happen if you approach it like you're just trying to get better with every video, then you will get better. And like one day will come along, all of a sudden, boom, you're getting subscribers, and then it snowballs. Like 10 subscribers, 100, 1,000. Like it could just snowball really, really quickly. Yeah, don't give up. And also, don't approach it like it is a business in the sense that you need it to earn you a full-time income. So like, don't go quitting your day job and start a YouTube channel that day and expect to start earning money from it within a month, right? You may not, unless you have a really good idea. It's going to take longer than that. So if you approach it like a hobby and you have fun with it and you enjoy the process of making videos and getting better at making videos and watching your videos afterwards, or having fun putting bloopers together afterwards and making fun of yourself, I think that's the right attitude. And if you have that attitude, you'll stick with it longer. And then eventually, I mean, wouldn't it be great to have a hobby that you love to do that someday starts paying you for that, right? That's awesome. And that's kind of what I'm working towards, and gonna kind of bring you guys along and kind of show you my journey. I'm going to get into videos like that as well, but also help you do the same thing. I think attitude goes a long way. So yeah, anyway, another long-winded answer from me. Sorry about that, but those are some mistakes that I see. Ms. Vonita says, I hope I'm saying your name right, Ms. Vonita. One more question. Is it a certain setting to record and have the background blurred? So the way I have my background blurred is because of the lens I have on my camera. If you look at this camera over here, did that work? That just froze. Oh, maybe this camera is off. Just reset that. Try it again. There you go. See that camera there? That camera, I do not have this lens on it. So let me try to explain. This is a f1.4 16 millimeter lens. It's basically wide angle. I'm going to get this wrong. I'm not a photography expert, and I've been corrected already a couple times in the comments because I've been saying it the wrong way. But bottom line is, the lower the f number, which is your aperture, the lower the number, I believe that means the wider your aperture, but the lower that number, the blurrier your background could potentially be, okay? So there's two ways that I know of to get a blurry background. One is to put your subject closer to the camera and have a long distance between you and the background. If the camera's focused on you, the background will be blurry. That's one way. Another way, if you have to be kind of close to the background, is to use a lens like this. And when I make my videos sitting over there in that chair, okay, I actually take this lens off of this camera and I put it on that camera and I use it over there. I only have one of these lenses. The lens I have on that right now, this lens here, and it froze again. Not sure why that's freezing. Oh geez, yeah, you can see that I'm sweating, can't you? Yeah, that lens is the kit lens that came with the camera. And it doesn't, it's a 35 to 55 millimeter camera or something like that. I think f3.5, I want to say. So yeah, that's how you get the blurry background. Has to be a camera that you can put these lenses on as well. So I have the this camera here today is the A6400 by Sony. That one over there is also a Sony, but a newer version, the ZV-E10. And both of them will use the same lenses. They're less expensive than a full frame, full sensor camera. Those run like $3,000-$4,000, whereas these cameras are less than $1,000, maybe. Well, I'm talking Canadian dollars. It was around 1,200 Canadian, which I think is around $800 or $900 US dollars. And then the lens was another 300 US. Yeah, so that's how you do that. You can't usually get that blurry background with a webcam. A lot of webcams will take nice pictures, and you can get 4K webcams, but unless they have that longer lens, you don't typically get the blurry background. So where are we? I'm just scrolling a little ahead here. Dan Frankel says, are CapCut and Camtasia the same kind of video editing programs? Is Camtasia more for training videos? Do you know when Camtasia will offer their new cloud browser-based program? Thanks. Okay, so here's the difference. Camtasia is available for PC or Mac. Okay, and if you buy Camtasia, you can download it like on both. I have a Mac, but I also have a PC, and I have it on both. Two different versions, but they'll open both programs. No problem there. Camtasia is very good at screen capture recording. Okay, in fact, that's how they started back, I think, over 25 years ago. They've been recording your screen, and that's how it started. You can record your screen and then send that to somebody. Over time, Camtasia has added video editing abilities to now they're basically a full-on video editing program. I use Camtasia. I got into using Camtasia many years ago when I was making tutorial videos for software. That's mainly what I did. So that's what it's really good at. CapCut is much newer and much more popular right now because it's kind of tied in with TikTok. It's free as well. Now, there is a paid version of CapCut that'll give you a whole lot more features, but there is a free version as well. It is also available for PC or Mac, but also available for mobile phones and iPads. Okay, so you can use that on any of those. I've not used it on a mobile device. I know the younger generation tends to. Now they'll use CapCut to quickly, they'll video themselves, make a TikTok, they'll pop it into CapCut, make changes, and then out it goes, never leaving their phone. I tend to do my video editing on my computer. I'm more comfortable that way. I'd hazard to guess that most people my age probably are happier that way as well. Actually, I am just going to thank Matthias for the super chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad I was able to help you with your question. Incidentally, whenever I get a super chat, I do that little fun boat thing with the foghorn and the seagulls. So hope you don't mind. So yeah, that's basically the difference between the two. But yes, you can edit your videos in either CapCut or Camtasia. CapCut, you cannot record your screen with CapCut. If you want to record your screen and use CapCut as the video editor, you'd need another program to record your screen. And you can use something like OBS or Ecam Live or something like that. Even QuickTime on a Mac, I think you could use to record your screen and then import that video into CapCut and then edit it. So that's the difference. Hopefully that helps. JV's Hangout says, are you not using StreamYard for your live shows? I love it. Super easy, very powerful, and many features. I am not, but I have used it. When I started my first live stream, which would have been over 2 years ago, might have been 2 years ago, I used StreamYard back then. And you're right, it's super easy, and I love how you can display the comments like I'm doing here. But right now what I'm using, which I also love, and I love more right now just because it's what I'm using and what I'm getting used to, I'm using Ecam Live. If you're on a PC, you can't use Ecam Live. It's only available for a Mac. But yeah, that's what I use. But no, I totally agree. StreamYard is great. It makes things super easy to stream. It's a browser-based system, so StreamYard would be good if I wanted to stream to multiple locations at one time. So right now I'm just streaming to YouTube. If I also wanted to stream to Facebook, Twitter, or X, or whatever, like multiple different places, then I would have a hard time doing that here because I don't have a fiber internet connection. I have cable internet, which is great for download. I have like 900 megabits per second download speed, but my upload is limited to 15. Whereas if I had fiber, my upload could be 900 or 500 or like a lot more. So because my upload is only 15, and upload is what you use when you live stream, then I would not be able to use this Ecam system to live stream, which is upload to 2 different places. But I could use StreamYard because with StreamYard, you're only uploading to one place. StreamYard is where you're uploading to, and then StreamYard sends it to YouTube, Facebook, and all these places. Whereas with Ecam Live is connected directly to my YouTube account, and it's basically saying, okay, yeah, upload this through YouTube from my computer. Okay, so, but no, I'm not using it, but I do like it as well. Never, and I mean never use or do a cover of any Eagles song. LOL. They are the only one who has ever given me a copyright strike. Well, okay. I don't plan on it. I love the Eagles. I actually do. I love the Eagles. But nope, I don't. I would not put them in my live stream. Hello, Liam. How you doing? How far am I behind, by the way, Liam? Probably half an hour at this point. Aspiradora, hello. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Hello again, Liam. Yes, Sharon. Can't remember what you're saying yes to. Rhymes with rough. Yeah, see, that's the problem with me falling behind. I forget what we were talking about there. Stevens, hey Rob, I really enjoy your videos. Thank you, E. Stevens. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, I just see here, my last name rhymes with rough. Good enough. Sharon, good enough. There you go, got it. JV says, I watched your studio setup and noticed you was using a shotgun mic. Check out pencil condenser mics. They actually work better indoors. No comb filtering due to the way shotgun sound rejection works. Okay, yeah. Pencil condenser. So again, not an expert. The first mic I ever used was the Rode, I'm going to get this wrong, NT something something. It was a kit, and it was a condenser mic. It wasn't terribly expensive. It was probably $150 or so, so not dirt cheap. But I used that, and it picked up noise all over the room. It was good. I got that more for voiceover at the time. I was doing voiceover work through adding voice to my tutorial videos for clients, and some voiceover for other clients. But I switched to the shotgun mic when I did some research and found that they're good at picking up from one direction. So yes, I'm using the shotgun mic that you would have seen over there for my videos I do from the chair. I unplugged that from this and moved it over here and plugged it in here. And then what I do is I unplug this and plug that one in, okay, to my audio interface. And that's how I'm able to use one mic for two jobs. But I'm kind of happy with the sound that I'm getting out of this. It's not the most expensive mic. It was, I want to say it's around $300 US. And I've had it for 2 or 3 years now. 3 years maybe. But yeah, no, pencil condenser mics. Good to know. Good to know. That might be even better than what I've got. VVS tips and tricks. Hello. Greetings from Denmark. Hello, Denmark. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Dancing Alone with Reynolds. Most of my views come from prisoners being punished. I had a boost in views when waterboarding fell out of fashion. Wow, okay, that's interesting. Interesting niche you've got going there. But hey, if that's what people want to watch, and you're the one to bring it to them, right? So, I mean, you can create YouTube channels on basically anything you're interested in or know about or think other people are interested in. I think myself, it's easier to talk about something you yourself are interested in or know a lot about, rather than trying to learn about something and then presenting that. That's just another level of something you have to learn, right? But yeah, no, you can make a channel about anything these days. Can you discuss your SEO tips for YouTube? Sure. So basically what I do, sorry, hold that thought 1 second. Come on in. Yeah, come on. Somebody's crying at the door. Yeah, now you're locked in. It's either locked in or locked out. So, yeah, so I use a tool called vidIQ. There's another tool called TubeBuddy that does something similar. And it's a good way to do keyword research. But another good way is just to use the YouTube search bar. And once you have the topic that you want to talk about in YouTube, brainstorm keywords, keyword combinations, and you can use vidIQ to help with that, and then start typing them in to YouTube search. Like, so, well, for example, I just did, where are we here? So I've got, was working on a bunch of videos this morning, and let me just find, what am I looking for here? Let's plan. It's probably there. What are you doing? Oh, it's not here. No, you stay there. You stay there. I'm not going. Okay, so this is all I was looking for. So when I start when I start a YouTube video, part of my planning process is this. I will roughly create a thumbnail. I'll sketch it out just like that. So text on the thumbnail, what I think the text is going to be. This is just preliminary, by the way. I do this before I film the video just to get an idea what I'm going to do. And then that's a picture of me. I knew I was going to get a screenshot or a screen grab of the video after I filmed the video, okay? And then a tentative title, why start a YouTube channel, okay? So if that's what I want to talk about, then start YouTube might be something I'd type in to the YouTube search bar and see what comes up. And if you want to look for what's the most popular thing people are searching for, type in start YouTube space and then wait to see what it says. Like, it's good. Let the search bar fill in the blanks, and it'll present you with what's most often searched for. Okay. Let me just show you here. I'm going to open a browser. And we'll go here. So if there, you can see that here. So if I type in start, you see how it's trying to fill things out? Start YouTube space, and you can see start YouTube channel is the most often searched for. Start YouTube channel 2024. Start YouTube shorts. So so it's going to go down, and so that'll give you ideas as to what keywords to put into your YouTube videos. Okay. If you then want to, you can then go through the alphabet. So start YouTube, let's type A. Okay, automation is the first thing that comes up. Start YouTube, Ali Abdal. He's a very popular YouTuber. I love his channel, by the way. You should check it out. Let's delete A and type B. Start YouTube business. Start YouTube black woman. Start business YouTube channel. Okay, so that's how you can see what's being searched for most of the time, and that's a great way to do keyword research. That's what I do, and then you can plug it into vidIQ and see what kind of. Now I haven't used that, so I have that plugged in to my computer, and it tells me certain things, but I haven't. I need to get a little bit more familiar with their keyword tool. Like how that works and whatnot. I'm going to make a video on that, but so probably I should wait and explain that a little bit better once I'm a little bit more versed in how that works. But right now, that's what I do. Okay, I use the YouTube search bar, and I also when I make a video, I also listen to my audience. So whatever comments are coming in, a lot of times people will ask me to expand on certain things, right? So then and the more people ask for the same thing, well, that's a good video idea for me to make my next video on. And then I'll go to the YouTube search bar and start typing in keywords that I think make sense for that. I try to think of all kinds of different ways that people might be searching for that. And I use that to build out the video idea. So I don't know if that helps, but that's pretty much the process I go through right now. Jacqueline Rogers. Hello, Jacqueline. Welcome. Have you done a video tutorial on doing lives for beginners? I have not. I talk about that here in these live streams every once in a while, how I do it, but I have not had a lot of people ask me for a dedicated video on it. But it's not a bad idea because it is something that I suggest people do. So one of the problems or one of the obstacles people run into when starting a YouTube channel or trying to grow a YouTube channel is hitting the 4,000 hours watch time. And that's one of the requirements to get monetized. I know I said try not to focus too much on getting monetized, but the reality is people do. and you do need to hit 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days in order to get monetized. 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. From what I see, and this was true for me as well, the 1,000 subscribers is easier to get to than the 4,000 hours of watch time. That's not true always. Like some people do hit the lots of watch hours before they get to 1,000 subscribers. But in what I've seen, that tends to be the other way around more often than not. 1,000 subscribers is easier to get to. 1 second. How's that mouse doing, Peanut? She's watching the mouse again. What was I saying now? Yes, live streams. So live streaming is a fantastic way to get a lot of watch hours, like a lot. So if you think about it, if you live stream for an hour, and if you have 10 people watch your live stream for the full hour, that's 10 hours of watch time in 1 hour that you got. Okay? That's a lot. So imagine a live stream for 2 hours every week, and get an average of, right now we have 42 people in here, right? And it says right now the average view duration is 13 minutes. So I can see these stats, 13 minutes. I've been live streaming for over an hour, so there have been 241 different people in this stream, 41 of which are here now. So you do the math, the average is almost 13 minutes per person. So 13 minutes times 41 people. So what's that? So 13 minutes, 41 times 13, 533 minutes divided by 60. So that's almost 9 hours of watch time have already been accumulated as a result of me streaming for this hour. Okay, so it's a super quick way to build up your watch hours. So having said that, no, I have not done a dedicated video on how to do that. So I probably should if I'm telling you I think you should do that. If that makes sense. So yeah, there's another video. I've just got another video idea from an audience member. So thank you for that, Jacqueline. Thanks, JVs. I've been looking into mics for my review videos. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. The pencil condenser mic. Ken Fitzgerald. Hello, Ken. Welcome to the live stream. Wonder how far behind I am right now. I'm getting there. I'll get to your comments. Hi, Rob. In my 69th year and still learning. You've got a great channel here. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Ken, and I'm glad you're still learning. I hope to be learning right till my last days. I enjoy it, though. Maybe some people don't. Some people, there's something to be said for just sitting on the beach and having a drink and not doing anything. I enjoy that too. But I like to learn new stuff. I want to stay on top of this sort of thing, and keeps me young, I think. Keeps everyone young if you keep learning. So yeah, I'm glad you like the channel. Thank you. Sharon, I love watching cats watch bird videos. Well, that's what she's doing right here. See, there she is. She's watching a mouse video now, not a bird video. I'll throw her a bird video next time. But so far it's just mice. But she does like to watch them. That's funny. I only stumbled across that channel last week. Last week when I did that when I did my behind the scenes video. But it's handy. Brigadier William Wildebeest. Hello from Mauritius. Hello from Mauritius. Back at you from Halifax. Thanks for stopping in. Are you in VRA by chance? I don't know what you mean by that. VRA? I don't know what VRA is. Is that a place? Video. I'm not sure what you mean, so I don't know. I'm in Halifax, Nova Scotia, but maybe you don't mean a place. So I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry. Taylor Moore. Hello, Taylor. How are you? Hello from a Canadian living in Portugal. We'll soon do a video similar to yours on being 65 and making my YouTube channel. Awesome. That's awesome. Congrats. I'd love to see it. That's great. And I'd also like to see Portugal. I've never been there, but I have friends that have, and they love it. I guess that's probably the closest European city to me in Halifax. QA strategy. Hello, welcome. Yes, that over 40 video is what got me hooked on your channel. Awesome. Got you hooked. That's great. I'm glad you liked it. I'm going to be doing more just like that. OBS Studio for doing reactions. Okay, so that was, forget the name, Katie was asking. So you use OBS Studio to do reaction videos. Very good. So you can record yourself doing a reaction. Cool. Yes, of course you could do that with OBS. Absolutely. Or Ecam Live. Erogi Music. Hello and welcome. This has really given me the belief to go live with my videos on Celtic music composition. Thank you from Bonnie, Scotland. So old Scotland. I'm in New Scotland. Very good. Awesome. I love Celtic music. Celtic. I don't know why I said Celtic. We say Celtic here in the Maritimes, in Nova Scotia. But absolutely, you can go live. You can go live composing your own music or teaching people how to do that. Day in the life, that sort of thing. All kinds of different ideas. JV has a friend who does reactions and has over 110,000 subscribers, and he uses OBS Studio. Just have to find out whatever works for you. Awesome. That's 110,000 subs. Wow, that's great. Reaction videos can be fun. QA strategy uses CapCut, and the free version is really easy to use. Awesome. I've used that. I've used the free version as well. I haven't done a full video. I've done some video editing for others on CapCut. But I'd like to get into it a little bit more as well. I'm just so used. Once you get used to one, it's hard to switch to another, but they're all very similar. They all have the timeline at the bottom, the canvas above that, and then an area where you can, add your effects and properties and all that stuff. They're very similar, but very good. Yeah, I've a lot of good things about CapCut. Hello, Marley. How you doing? So happy I found your channel. I'm happy you found the channel too. Glad to have you on board. JV used Adobe Premiere for years, and yes, it can do very technical stuff, but for creativity and just overall fun, video editor to use, hard to beat CapCut. Absolutely. And I've heard the same thing. DaVinci Resolve is another one that I use. I guess if I want to do something a little more complex than I can do in Camtasia, I'll often go to DaVinci Resolve. Another one that has a free version and available for PC or Mac. Yeah, Adobe Premiere has been, it's like one of the most used video editing software out there, also available for PC or Mac. But you can, you can do feature films. You can edit feature films with Adobe Premiere, but it tends to be it's got a steep learning curve. That's what I found. I had a hard time learning it and kind of gave up with it. Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with it for sure. But yeah, CapCut would be easier to learn. You're going to have to record a video of yourself, then screen video capture of whatever you're watching, then sync them, then edit, etc. You got it. Very good. Dino Rossi. Hello, Dino. Welcome. This is great. We'll watch the replay. Thumbs up. Good to hear it. Caitlin says, thank you. No problem. Oh, yes. Okay. That you're probably saying thank you to JV's. He gave you all the insight on how to do that with your reaction videos. Perfect. Rob, what's the solo glass? What is the meanest comment you've ever had on a video, if any? How does it affect you? God, meanest? I don't know. kind of drawing a blank because I don't like in one ear out the other kind of thing. Like, uh, I don't know, just people being vulgar and just saying my videos suck or whatever, or I just wasted my time watching your video, or you look horrible, or I don't know, all kinds of stuff, really. But I can't think of any one in particular because nothing sticks with me. I see it, I delete it or hide the user so I don't get another comment from them, and I move on. And then I get into the happier comments or the more helpful comments. Like, I don't mind getting comments where people are trying to help me. Like for instance, my most popular video is the over 40 video, and basically explaining why I think everybody over 40 should have a YouTube channel. So that's probably how the majority of you who are in here found me, just by numbers, right? It might not be, but so some critiques I got with that video would be things like, if you cut out some of the ums and the ahs that you have, your video would be easier to watch or easier to listen to, and it would be better. That's helpful, and I don't mind that at all. And they're correct. I guess the point, I'm saying it now. I do say it a lot. And now I'm going to be subconscious about it. But anyways, I do say it a lot. But my point of that video and all of the videos I've been doing since kind of have the same theme. I'm trying to impose upon the viewers, you, that it's okay not to be perfect. That you can say and ah and just act like you normally would act when you're talking to friends and family. And that, I think, is a big roadblock. Like a big roadblock, a big thing that's stopping people from actually making their first video is that they don't like the way they sound. They don't think it's perfect enough. They think it could be better. Well, yes, it probably could be better, but that doesn't matter. Upload it anyways. How many ums and ahs did I have in that video? And it's got over 180,000 views right now, right? So it's not a perfect video at all. In fact, it was too long. It was 25 minutes. I was aiming for 10 minutes. In my mind, I think 10 to 12 minutes is the perfect length of a video. Anything longer than that, I don't know about you, but for myself, if I'm trying to learn something, unless I really like the presenter, the person speaking, I don't typically hang around. I'm not going to want to watch a video that's 30 minutes long if there's a specific thing I'm trying to learn. I'm going to move on and go for another video that's shorter, that's going to teach me the same thing. Okay, so for that reason, I try to make my videos under 15 minutes, right? I don't always succeed. And that one was too long. I had a lot of ums and ahs and mistakes that I left in there, but then I did some positive things. I feel like I was relatable. I was authentic. I was screwing up and leaving the mess ups in there for you to see. And you related with that. When I say you, I say the majority of people who watched that video related with that, and therefore stuck around and watched a lot of it. And that in turn is what helps the video do so well on YouTube. Okay, so click-through rate and retention, how long people stay around. So the video doesn't have to be perfect at all. So, but when people do give me a comment like that, I don't take it personally. If they're trying to help, awesome, that's great, thanks for the help. If they're not trying to help and they just feel like they want to point out mistakes, that's okay too. You know, they could be right. They may not be, but they could be. I'm going to be polite and either thank them and move on, or I'll just give a thumbs up or whatever and move on to the next comment. So another long-winded answer for you, but I don't let any mean or negative comments get to me. It's just I don't want to waste my time with comments like that, if that helps. So that's my advice to you as well. Rod J. Beer Ventures. Hello, Rod. How are you doing? And thanks for stopping in. has a question or comment. Hello, Rob. Came across your channel the other day. You have some solid content and come across authentic in looking to help others grow. Good stuff. Wishing you much success. Thank you very much for the kind words. Really appreciate that. And Dorica says, what is the best placement for a ring light? I often find it either too bright or not bright enough, depending on where I place it. That's a good question. I'm going to take a drink before I answer that. How are we doing for time? We are an hour and a half in. We've got loads of time left. Still 45 of you in here, so that's awesome. I must be saying some stuff right. So the ring light. So here's the thing, and I saw this on a video. I don't have a ring light. We bought a ring light actually for our son, for Liam, many years ago, 10 years ago, or longer than that, when he started live streaming gaming and whatnot. They're designed to kind of put your camera through it and the ring around the camera. But what happens when you do that is you get like perfect rings in your eyeballs, okay? If you have a 4K camera that picks up all the details, then you're gonna see that. And also, if you have glasses on, and if the ring light is like right in front of you, pointed right at you, you're gonna see the ring prominently in the glasses. So because of that, to avoid that, it's better, and I'm not going to take credit for this. I read this, or I saw this in a video within the last couple of weeks, is to put your ring light off to the side. The same way I have these lights. So I've got a light up here, and if I look right at it, you can see it. See that right there in my glasses? So that's the light there. That's the light there. But it's 45 degrees off and then 45 degrees up is an ideal place to have a light. Then it's shining down on you, which is also a more, it's a nicer look. It defines the chin better, right? So you see kind of a shadow here, and it lights up the top of your head. You don't want to put it too high, like the sun, like way up, right above your head, because then you'll have shadows underneath your eyebrows and you won't see your eyes as well. So 45 degrees up and 45 degrees off to the side for any light, whether it's a ring light or not. If you think it's too bright, move it further back. If there's no brightness adjustment on it. If there's a brightness adjustment, then turn it down. But you probably only need one off to one side. And if you find the other side of you is too dark, no, don't do that. Don't chew on my monitors. God save you if you do that. Now she's stepping on the keyboard. Yeah, so ideally you'd have two lights. You'd have a bigger one on one side and one slightly smaller on the other side. Gives more depth to your face if one side's a little bit brighter than the rest. But sometimes you might want the look whereas one side is totally dark. Like if I turned that light off there, see, I'm darker. That's just a little more moody, or I don't know what the word is. Just a different look. If this is the kind of look you're going for, then just have one light. Well, actually, I have two. I have one there and one kind of at the back. I can't turn that one off here. But just so it seems a little bit brighter in here, I leave this one on like that. Although it shows you how shiny my head is because I'm kind of sweating. So there you go. Anyway, I hope that helps. That's what I would do if I had a ring light or any light. Exactly. We are Luminous lives. How you doing, Luminous? Or lives? Exactly. We are the face of our brand, and that's exactly what people are looking for these days more than ever. Authenticity. I 100% agree. 100% agree, and found that out when I made that video about over 40 a couple of weeks ago. So here I am being authentic. Well, I've always been doing that through the live streams, and I've gotten feedback that it's better that way. I used to spend a lot of time on my intros to my videos, making sure they're nice and tight, and I get my hook out there real quick within the first 15 seconds, tell people what the video's about in the first 15 seconds, so they don't click away. There's nothing worse than having a long, drawn-out intro this is what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to go through these steps and then blah, 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 blah. And then have like a graphic or a video kind of intro. That's, in my mind, kind of the old way. If you want like a logo intro, now I like a 1 second, boom, there's the logo, and maybe with a sound effect, like boom, there it is, and then back to the video, like 2 seconds max. I may actually do that. I do have a logo of a cormorant, a bird, like an ocean bird, but haven't been using it lately. Yeah, so, and then be authentic. Don't worry about editing so tightly. And the good news for those beginners out there just starting on YouTube who are worried about how long it might take to edit a video, the more authentic you are and the more mistakes you leave into your videos, that means less editing. So you can get a video out or uploaded much faster if you don't have to spend so much time editing. So it's a win-win. Be more authentic means editing your video less. Okay, so there you go. Lead Your Living. Hello, welcome to the live stream. I am 5 months into my channel, only 44 subscribers, but loving it. Awesome. That's the right attitude. Do you think there is value in doing a product review for recording equipment, even though that is not the focus of my channel? Yes, especially if somebody's asked for it. But no, absolutely. I don't see anything wrong with that at all, because really, if you think about your channel, whatever your channel is about, lead your living. So whatever your channel is about, if it's a lifestyle type video or channel, the reality is the way you make videos is with a camera, possibly with a mic, maybe with lights. So if you have subscribers, that means you have people who are interested in what you're saying. Probably, keep this in mind, a lot of people subscribe not necessarily for the content, but also for the content deliverer, okay, the messenger, the person. So if you're putting yourself in your videos, half the people might be there for you, right? They like the way you, I mean, they're probably there to a certain extent, of course, for the content, but they also like the way you're delivering the content. So in that case, there's probably a good chance there are people there who are interested in how you're delivering your content. So how do you make your videos? Do you script them out? Do you use a teleprompter? What camera do you use? How do you get that blurry background? How do you get your audio sounding so good? All these questions you could answer. Do a product review on your camera lens if you feel comfortable enough talking about it. And another piece of advice I'd give is, if you're not perfectly comfortable talking about it, like if you don't think you're a camera lens expert, like me, for instance, I'm not an expert, so I talk about this lens here, not an expert in it, and I've been corrected on it in my comments, but that's not stopping me from talking about it. I like the way this lens makes my videos look with the blurrier background. So I talk about it and I review it. I like this lens, this is why, this is the result I get. This is what it's called. You know, I may not know the all the engineering behind it, but it's not going to stop me from talking about it. So yeah, absolutely, I would. And it's also good to pivot a little bit from the focus of your channel, because remember this too. Today you have 44 subscribers, okay, and that's after 5 months. Well, after 10 months, you may have 300 subscribers. Or 1,000 subscribers. So subtract, don't mess with the monitor, please. Subtract 44 from 1,000, that's 956 people are there who arrived after all of the videos you've made to date, right? So they may arrive for other reasons that you don't even know yet. They may arrive because of a video you make that is a product review of a camera or a lens or a microphone that you use, right? So you don't. My point is, you don't really know what's going to cause your channel to grow yet. Your channel hasn't grown as far as it's going to, right? You're just getting going. So try different things. Try some product reviews on camera equipment. Try some product reviews on, I don't know, lead your living. I'm going to go out on a limb. Maybe it's a gardening I have no idea. But if it, like you could review, I don't know, watering cans or rakes for a garden or like whatever it is. Just do something a little bit different. Try a couple different things, and then kind of monitor it and see what's working. What are people liking? And then go from there. And then go back and do some more of the other videos, and then just keep trying new things. So yeah, that's what I would do. Absolutely, that's what I do. Dancing Alone with Rentals thinks monetization is a myth. It's not a myth. It is real. It might be harder to obtain or attain than some would have you believe. There's lots of channels and videos out there that say, how to make $1,000 a month starting, next week, or $300 a day, start right away. Don't believe those. I mean, there's some truth to those, but more often than not, it's harder than it seems. But it's certainly not a myth. But what I will say is YouTube monetization by itself, like when YouTube pays you, that is small potatoes next to what you could be earning from your YouTube channel. And the way you got to think is YouTube is the engine by which I am gaining an audience, building an audience, okay? What you offer your audience down the road may not matter in the beginning. It's certainly not ads that YouTube is putting on your site. So again, if like somebody might be making $5,000 a year in YouTube ads, meanwhile they're making $100,000 a year because of a 10 video mini course that they sell for $50, right? That could bring in $100,000 a year to a small channel. Just help people however you can. Like if you're helping people, then you can grow a business on YouTube. Grow your audience. There's other ways to monetize that audience, whether it's selling digital products or what Lead Your Living suggested, maybe do product reviews. If there's something that you're using in making your videos that you love and you can talk about it and recommend it, then become an affiliate of that thing. The easiest affiliate program is Amazon, because if you're an Amazon affiliate, then you can basically create a link for anything that you can find on Amazon, and then put that in your description of your videos. That's another way to monetize a channel that's not getting paid by YouTube. You'd be getting paid by Amazon in that case. So, and brand deals is something else. So yeah, monetization is misunderstood, is what I would say. JV's, whoa, Rod Beer Ventures. Sup, my friend? This is wild. Okay, you guys must know each other. There you go. Sharon is a B2B SaaS conversion copywriter. Perfect. Awesome. Steffi K. Hello, Steffi. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Says, I bit the bullet and posted my first video last night. I could have spent hours editing, but since you and others noted that no one watches the first, I spent that time instead working on my new site. Awesome. Congratulations. Well done. That's great. I bet it feels good too to have that video up there and done. And you've got one done, and now you can work on your next one, which will take much less time, by the way. If you develop a system, get a system down where you can make your videos a similar way every time, that can really help speed up the process too. Oh, and 5 people saw it and 1 subscribed. Woohoo! Awesome. That's great. And yeah, when I said no one watches the first, kind of a bit of a play on words there. I mean, people will watch it, obviously. I mean, 5 people watched it so far. But if you try to picture yourself at the point, like at a goal point, like let's say your goal is 50,000 subscribers, okay? Try to picture yourself there, whether that's a year from now or 5 years from now or whatever. When you're at 50,000 subscribers and getting, 5,000 views a day on videos that you post at that point, right? you got one subscriber. So 49,999 of those subscribers arrived to you not because of your first video, but because of videos after the fact. And most of them would have arrived because of your most recent videos. Okay, so yeah, they're not watching you because of your first video. So that's why I like to say, think of your first, not just your first video, but your first several videos. Think of them as being for you only. They're for you. They're for you to get good at editing videos, making videos, talking on camera, practice, right? You're practicing all these skills and learning new skills and using those, whether it's 5, 10, 50 videos, whatever it is, your first number of videos until you get going, think of them as being for you. So, and I like to say that in the hopes that it takes some pressure off you and removes some of the stress, and you can just focus on having fun with it. And won't it be fun when I'm at 50,000 subscribers and telling all my audience to go back and look at my first video, and we can laugh together. Ha ha ha, that was funny. Look at me there. Ha ha ha. So that's the way I look at it, and that's but no, way to go, Steffi. That's awesome. Congratulations. Pedmore Medical, the blurring is due to depth of field. Yes, absolutely. I've been saying your name correct. Ms. Vanita. Awesome. Thanks for confirming that. Pedmore Medical says the wider the aperture, the less depth of field, and therefore anything outside that area will be blurred. Very good. We have a photography expert in the house. That's awesome, because I am not one. Dancing Alone with Reynolds, 1,200 Canadian is roughly $80 US. Not quite that bad, but maybe you meant to type 120 Canadian. I think 120. I think it's right now. I think it's $138 Canadian to get $100 US. So either that was a typo, or you're being sarcastic. Either way, that's cool. VVS tips and tricks. Highly recommends the Lark M2 wireless mic. Lark M2. Okay. Really good sound quality, and I like the flexibility it gives me to move around while filming my videos. That's a great idea. Something like that might be on my wish list too at some point in the near future. I currently, when I'm moving around the office here, yeah, it's just this mic here that's picking me up. So yeah, when I move over here, you can't hear me very well because, again, it's a shotgun mic. Same if I'm up here, you can't hear as well. So it's pointed right at my mouth while I'm sitting here, and pointed at my mouth over there when I film over there. But yeah, if I had a mic here and I use I had this over here for the course video I was making, but I use this guy when I'm out and about, and I use that with my iPhone. So that's an iPhone connector. That's just a little clip. I have a wind piece on this, and I clip it to my shirt down here, and I just plug that into my iPhone. But so far, the videos I've made walking around outside, I'm talking directly to the camera. Like, I'm not walking far away, so I'm just talking to my camera like this. I may make a video where I go out and I go for runs or walks on the trail here. I may make a video like that sometime soon. This mic would be fine for that. But if I wanted to set my camera down on a rock or something and then walk far away and still be able to talk to you, then a wireless mic is the way to go then, for sure. So because of that, I'll probably get one. I'll have a look at the Lark M2 as well. There's also there's some other ones as well. But yeah, no, thanks for the tip. Coleslaw. I like the name. Welcome to the live stream. How is the video so clear at 1080p? Also, I am happy you don't use the 60 frames because it slows down my computer. Very good. Why is it so clear? Well, something to do with bitrate, I guess. Maybe it's the setting I have in here. I know it's clearer. I believe you get a clearer picture when your computer is doing the processing and it's going out to YouTube directly from my computer, like it does here with Ecam, like it would also if I was using OBS Studio, or OBS Streamlabs is another version of that. But I was told that when I used StreamYard, it wasn't as clear. It was still 1080p, but not as clear. Maybe they broadcast at a lower bit rate. I'm not sure. So, but I don't know. Thank you for thinking the picture's clear. Part of it might be, again, the lens I'm using that blurs the background, but not me. But again, you're right. This is 1080p. It's not 4K. I won't stream at 4K because my upload speed would have a problem with that. There would probably be buffering on the way out, and that would just be horrible. So, and for the same reason, I'm not using 60 frames because, well, I would need twice the bandwidth, upload bandwidth, to be able to broadcast at 60 frames. I think I can do it, but I think it would be smoother at 30. So that's why I do it. Just going through some, trying to get caught up here a little bit. Coleslaw says, my friend did a bunch of sleep streams to hit that 4,000 watch hours. What does that mean? People like to watch them sleep? That's funny. But yeah, I mean, hey, whatever. There are people that set up streams and just, like, I could have one set up in the back corner here just watching me work all day, right? I could. I don't. I don't personally see the value in that. But yeah, if you're looking for a way to boost your watch hours, that, I suppose that is a way. The way I choose to think about it is, well, I mean, I'm past the watch hour requirement anyways now, so it's not as big a deal now. Now it's number of views you get. But the more value you can provide somebody. So I think of making videos and doing live streams in terms of providing value to people. So the more value I can provide, the more appreciative you'll be of that value, and the more you'll keep coming back for more value to watch more of my videos or live streams or whatever. So I like the whole live Q&A bit where you ask me questions, I give you answers to the best of my ability. I will always say I'm not an expert in any of this stuff, but I know enough to be able to do what I do, and I can help you get as far as I've gotten, basically. What's one thing that somebody recently said to me? I think it was Pam Powers in one of my videos, said the definition of a teacher is somebody who is one chapter ahead, one or two chapters ahead of their students. Okay, so I guess that's what I am, just maybe a chapter or two ahead of some of you. Some of you are many chapters ahead of me. Okay, where are we? Walking live streams help a lot with the watch hours. Yeah, I suppose they would. Walking live streams, especially if you're actually talking, and but maybe that's not even what you mean. But yeah, talking like talking about something, vlogging. You could give me 4,000 days to get to 365 watch hours, and I'd still fall short. But no matter, I'm having fun. Remember, there's other ways to monetize your channel. Remember that. Better ways. You'll look back at these days someday, perhaps, and say, why was I so focused on that? Like I could have been making these courses and downloads much sooner. Yitka Sislova. Hello, welcome. I recognize your name from last week. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I can't really remember if I am or not. Hi, everyone from Czech Republic. Hello to Pina. Jitka as Yitka. Oh, thank you. Yitka. Thank you. Question. To hit 4,000 watch hours through 365 days, is it, on average, necessary to release a video every week? That's kind of two different things there. No, it's not necessary. You don't have to release a video every week. I mean, some people, I know channels that have hit 4,000 watch hours on 3 videos, right? It doesn't have to take that one video. Actually, there's a channel I forget what her name is. Somebody who vlogs in New York City. Um, Cat? What is that called again? I forget the name of the channel. Um, but it came out with one video, and it got tens of thousands of views, I think, maybe hundreds of thousands. I can't even remember. But she hit like 10,000 subscribers within a month, and the watch hours was through the roof. Well, I don't think I would know what the watch hours are, but I'm sure, like on a half-hour long video, getting that many views is probably not an issue at all. So yeah, no, you don't have to post one video a week, but to give yourself the best chance at growing your channel, which by growing your channel, you will grow your watch hours. I think it's good to be consistent with your videos. So whether that's once a week, it could be once a week. It depends on you, like whatever you can do. Don't do any more than you can do. But whatever you commit to, try to stay with that. So if that's once a week, try to stay at once a week. And if you can, try to make a couple of videos ahead of time and have basically some videos already edited and ready and even uploaded and scheduled and ready to go. Then you can, take a week or two off, but you're still posting once a week, right? So you could do that. But maybe it's once every 2 weeks. Maybe it's once a month. Maybe it's 3 videos a week or 2 videos a week. So whatever it is, YouTube rewards consistency. So if you consistently show up and post that video every so often, every X days, whatever that is, YouTube likes that, and your audience likes that. They like normalcy. They like to be able to rely on seeing your video when they're used to seeing your video, right? So yeah, that's kind of the way I would look at that. Coleslaw says, I notice a lot of channels do polls during live streams. Do polls act like thumbs up or thumbs down? I don't know. I don't know. I have done a poll before, just asking people what they'd like to see from me next is kind of how I've used those before. I really don't know if it has any effect on thumbs up and thumbs down. I wouldn't say so, but I don't know for sure. So maybe somebody else knows the answer to that. Oh, way behind on the chat. Okay, I'll try to speed up. I shouldn't be reading every comment probably because a lot of you guys are talking to each other as well. So a lot of posts on the community tabs with polls. Yeah, community tab is a great place to post a poll. Absolutely. Talkative Tommy, respect to Rob's setup. Looks better than the tech lords in their 20s. Well, I had my 20-something-year-old son help me with it, so maybe that's why it looks that way. Oh, Sharon's dad's family hails from Lunenburg. Very good. My mom is from Lunenburg. Small world. Can anonymous channels be successful? They can. That's not what I'm recommending. Not because I don't think they're good, but I just think you can be more successful faster if you use yourself as your brand by putting your face in your videos. I'm a big believer in that. I know some people don't like it. Some people are very uncomfortable with that, which is why I'm gearing some of my videos towards that to try to help relieve some of that discomfort, stress, trying to make it easier and more fun to record yourself. Because really, especially today, people are looking for authenticity. People are looking for real people in YouTube videos. Sure, there's some people who like watching Mr. Beast fun, fast-paced, highly edited videos, entertaining, all that stuff. Sure. But more and more people are looking for real connection with the people delivering messages. And, I think that's where YouTube is headed, particularly for our generation and older, who may not be as interested in the fast-paced, highly edited videos. They like authenticity. So if I'm talking to other 40-plus-year-olds, I should talk like myself and leave some mistakes in. Because the reality is, when I'm talking to somebody in person, face to face, I'll mess up. I'll trip over words. I'll have to say something again, and nobody laughs at me. If they do, I laugh as well. So like, no big deal. So that's that. I think you can be much more successful, much faster, without going the anonymous route myself. But can somebody be successful by being anonymous? Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. Now I know how far behind I am. At least a half an hour, I think. VRA, Video Ranking Academy from Think Media. Yes, I'm familiar with it. I think I bought that like 3 years ago, or one of his courses. That's Sean Cannell from Think Media. Knows a lot of stuff. Great. If you guys haven't seen that channel, it's a great resource for YouTube. Basically geared towards everybody. Yeah, great. Great channel. Great channel. Knows a lot of stuff. I've learned a lot from that, from his content. Sharon, I was thinking of doing a live calligraphy channel. That's cool. Yeah, you could teach people how to do calligraphy. Absolutely. Yeah, why not? But let people connect with you too. Like, put your face in the videos. I think a good idea there would be, you could have like a top-down shot showing, where you're doing your calligraphy, and then have yourself on camera, and then set up the live stream kind of like this, where you're in the corner, right? The camera is set up in the corner. You can do this with any live streaming software. So I use Ecam Live. You can do that with OBS. You can do it with StreamYard. Restream is another one you could use. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Are you going to do a video or series on DaVinci? It's not in the near future. No, I do have, I think I did a YouTube short or an Instagram reel on DaVinci Resolve. And I do have one video on my channel that talks about the differences between the free and the paid version of DaVinci. I did that about 6 months ago. So maybe you want to check that out. But I haven't been using DaVinci that much lately. Hello from Taipei. Hello from Halifax. Don't entertain the trolls. They love that. Yes, they do. I think that's fuel to their fire. Absolutely. Just ignore them. Cole Sloth says, I always try to help people with audio issues with their videos. A lot of YouTubers, even with millions of subs, will have microphone problems. Yeah, it's funny, eh? Even the most successful channels, they're not perfect, right? Some of their videos aren't perfect. They could have been done better. They could use a better microphone, better camera, better lens, all this stuff. You really don't have to be perfect, but appreciate any help. Absolutely. That's what I think YouTube is all about. It's a great way to help people, whether directly in your live streams, like me helping you, but I also enjoy getting help from you. Like Cole here is giving advice to me and others on audio. That's great. I like to treat these lives as like a two-way conversation, even though I'm like a half an hour behind. Dancing Along with Rendell says, my meanest comment turned out to be accurate and true. It made a good case that my channel was terrible. How my mom found out I had a channel, I haven't figured out to this day. Okay, very good. Yeah, no, sometimes, yeah. Who knows how people find out channels. Like, I like to say that sometimes people who are worried that people have channels, like sometimes you may not want your friends and family to know you have a channel. And how do you hide it from them? Well, I don't know. I don't know how you do, but all I can say is that I don't believe YouTube, just because, unless you tell them you have a channel, the only way they would find it is if they hear from somebody else and they go looking, or they're searching for the stuff that you're making videos about, right? Those are the two ways that I know of. I don't think there's any geographic link. Like, just because I'm in, Halifax, Nova Scotia, doesn't mean a whole bunch of people in Halifax, Nova Scotia is seeing my videos and live streams. I'm getting the odd person, but the majority are people in the United States. I think 75% of my viewers are in the United States. And Canada's not even second. I think second might be the United Kingdom. So, yeah, so who knows how they might have found your channel? But hard to know. Fatima, hello, welcome. There's an app to remove the ums. Not sure the name of it. Descript is one that'll remove ums and ahs and filler words and blank space if you want to remove those all automatically. I tend to think that will result in a less authentic video, though. So for now, anyways, I'm leaving mine in. I'm just trying to get better at not saying them, right? So again, right? I say that a lot too, right? Um, Anyway, time for a drink. 1 second. Yeah, I guess I subscribe to the thinking that leave your mistakes in, be as authentic as you can, laugh while you're talking so other people kind of laugh with you, and try to work on your deficiencies. Like I say and a lot and right a lot. I say those. So I consciously try to be aware of that and try not to say it. So that's all part of watching your video back afterwards. So once I post a video, I'll watch it and say, okay, yeah, no, I said that too much. I'm going to try not to say that so much next time. So, and just learn from your videos. And then as you get better, now you're making videos that's going to attract probably more people, and your audience is going to be made up of your latest video watchers, not the people who watched your first videos anyways. So there you go. Manifestation. I also make videos a little bit. Awesome. Good for you. Text-based video editing. Yeah, it's popping up many places. So Descript allow you to do it. I believe Camtasia, you can do that through Camtasia's Audiate. I think you can even do it with DaVinci Resolve and probably Premiere. I mean, eventually you'll be able to do it with all of them. Text-based, like just delete text from the transcript and the video gets edited automatically. Handy if that's the look you're going for, but it's not currently what I'm trying to do. And Opus Clip can remove ums and ahs as well as pauses. Very good. Yep, there you go. Opus Clip is great for taking your long form videos and breaking them down into shorts as well. That's right too. I did that with Opus Clip many months ago. I didn't use everything that they did. So yeah, so there was a period in time several months ago that I did a bunch of short form videos. So by short form, I mean YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikToks, and also Facebook Reels. So those four. I would make a long form video, okay, like a 10-minute video. But then, so the idea is you make one long form video, but then also create 5 shorts that are excerpts from that main video. And then so your long form video goes on YouTube, but then all of the shorts, the short form videos, go on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and they can serve as basically leads to lead into your YouTube video. Okay, so in other words, if one of those does well, say on TikTok, and if in your video you say, to watch the full video, go check out my YouTube channel or something like that, or have a link in the bio or whatever, that's another way you can drive traffic to your YouTube channel. I haven't been doing that lately, excuse me, because quite honestly, I don't think the over 40 audience spends as much time doing or consuming short form video like TikToks and Reels as the under 30 generation does. So, I mean, I may do that, but right now I'm just focused on the YouTube stuff. But yeah, Opus Clip is great for automatically creating those reels, and it does a pretty good job. DaVinci Resolve has a transcription tool, and you can edit videos by editing text. Whoops. Oh, I did that again. Let me just move this here. There we go. I am sad when someone comments me negative. Yeah. Sometimes it can be hard to read negative comments, but I guess all you can do is try not to be sad about it and just delete it. Just delete it and move on. Try not to let it bother you. Sup? How you doing? it's just Zay. How you doing, Zay? Just Zay? Hi, Rob. Just ran into your channel about a week ago and find your channel so informative and motivational. My question is for someone who hasn't started a channel. How often should I upload videos? As often as you want, as often as you can. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier. It's more important to be consistent. So if you can comfortably upload once a week, I think that's a great start. Once a week. If you can upload, if you can do more than that, then you might be able to jumpstart your channel a little bit better. Like the more often you upload, the more chances you're putting out there to hit it big with a video, basically, right? So, but if you're trying to grow an audience, then consistency matters. So I like once a week. Once a week as almost like the starting point. If you can do twice a week comfortably, then do that. If you can do 3 times a week, that's probably as much as I think you'd want to do. I don't think there's any point in doing any more than that. But then do that. And that's what I was doing from March until June. I was uploading 3 times a week plus a live stream. I was very busy at that, and I'm pretty much doing it full time. Well, not quite full time because I was doing my freelance stuff basically to pay the bills, right, through Fiverr. But that it's kind of hard to do. Right now, I'm back to, well, my last video I posted was last Friday, and I think my next one is going to be Thursday or Friday of this week. But that's because I'm working on this series of videos. It's going to be a course I'm hoping to have available next week, but I'll let you know. 36 videos is what it is. I've gotten 6 done, but I have all of the scripts, not scripts, bullet points, 1 page for each video already done, and I'm making those videos just like I make all of the videos I've done recently. I'm explaining things like me to you, like this. And there's going to be some B-roll and also some, actually how to edit and whatnot. But anyways, that's a tangent. Yeah, as often as you can. Once a week is a good rule of thumb to start with. If you can do that comfortably. If you're struggling to do that because it takes you a long time to edit your videos, well, then try once every 2 weeks at first. And it depends on what kind of videos too. Like if you're making heavily edited 20-minute videos that are vlog style with all kinds of B-roll and it's like a travel vlog and all kinds of things you have to gather up and put together, it might take you a couple weeks to make a video like that. But if you can get a system down where you can make a video more authentic type like this, where you're just talking to the camera and you keep your edits to a minimum, and you get a system down, then maybe you can do a video every couple of days, and then you can get ahead of the game and schedule them once a week or twice a week, right? So it's gonna depend on you, whatever you can do. See ya, Solo. Gonna leave to do some editing. No problem. Just scrolling here. Gonna try to get caught up a little bit. Richard Bryan says, is losing your account to hackers a real concern or overstated? I mean, I guess it's always a concern, just like getting a virus in your computer is a concern, I suppose. Just don't click links that you're not 100% sure of what the link is about, right? And keep your passwords safe, right? Like use a password manager tool, and don't be clicking links that you get in email, basically, and kind of just have to be smart about it. So it's a real thing. Like people have lost. I've watched videos of people who lost their accounts to a hacker because they clicked on something that in hindsight they shouldn't have clicked. And I hate to say it's their own fault because it really isn't. It's because there are bad people out there that do bad things, and you just have to be cognizant of that. You have to be aware of that. So just be aware and try to be smart. And if there's something you're unsure about, don't click. If you're not sure, don't click. That's my biggest advice there. Cole says the only criticism I could think about the video is the sharpness is turned up a little bit too much. There are highlights, but I don't know much about video. Okay, very good. I'm not sure if you're talking about the live stream here or my other videos, but yeah, it could be. Lead Your Living is also a Maritimer. Lead your living, your wellness, your work, your leisure. Thanks. Awesome. Cool. And hello, fellow Maritimer. There's not many of us. 3 small provinces in Canada, because Newfoundland is an Atlantic province, not a maritime province. So Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI are the maritime provinces. Poochie, hello Poochie, how you doing? Just watched your video about making a channel if you're over 40. I enjoyed the hell out of it. First time I've seen you on the tube. Liked and subscribed. Welcome. Thank you very much. I'm glad that resonated with you. That's awesome. AVJ1221. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for your question. So I'm a nurse that's been traveling doing medical device sales for the last year, and I just bought a gym with 200 clients. Catching a few of your videos inspired me to start a channel as a way of reducing myself and keeping them up to date with what's up and coming, and maybe go from there. Kind of excited now too. Thank you. No problem. That sounds like a cool idea, a way to keep people updated. Have your gym members subscribe to your channel? That's cool. I like it. One Mashed Life says, I have only made 20 videos and have almost no subs and no views. Guess my videos are just unwatchable. I wouldn't say unwatchable, but try to learn from them. That's my best advice. If you make videos that don't get views, try something else. Like try to pick your own video. Like be your own critiquer. Watch your video and try to see where you could have made it better, and then try to improve on it the next time. Every video you should be looking for something to try to do better, is the way I always look at it. Have you ever thought using just only PowerPoint for making a video? I saw some tutorials in which is surprising, even PowerPoint offers some pretty much nice features to make a video, including animation. I have not, no. I think I've seen people do live presentations with PowerPoint, and that's cool. But yeah, there's no reason why you can't use PowerPoint to make a video. Absolutely. I'm not that familiar with PowerPoint, but I'm sure it can be done. Gotta rush home to enjoy the live from you. Today is Typhoon Day, and UE is off. Got a free day off. A typhoon. Whoa, stay safe. Typhoons are no fun. Madhouse Creation says, can you recommend a mic for someone with a deep, low voice? Well, as I'm not really a mic expert, I can't really. My advice, unfortunately, would be to search for that very thing on YouTube and see if someone recommends something. What I will say, though, is whatever the tone of your voice, you can make subtle changes to it with Adobe Audition or Audacity, which is a free audio software that you can use to capture your voice and then to edit your audio. I use Adobe Audition, but I know it's not free, and I know Audacity is something that a lot of people use. So I'm planning on making a video basically like showing what I do in Adobe Audition and then what I could be doing with Audacity as well. But you can Depends what you want to do. If you want to bring out the deepness of your voice and make it sound even deeper, you boost the low end of the equalizer. Or if you want to bring up some more of the highs, you boost the high parts. I mean, again, not an audio expert at all, but that's I would tend to try to make changes like that. There. She's about to lay down on my keyboard, and I don't want that. Just lie down. It's okay. Lie down. I would. I could be totally wrong. There may be mics that are better suited to low voices. I'm just not 100% sure. I would look at it more from a software point of view when you do your editing of your voice. So for mine, I do add a little bit on the low end, a little bit of bass, and I also add a little bit of treble, and I bring the middle down a little bit. I mean, that's what I always used to do with music too, back in the 80s and 90s when playing with the equalizer, same sort of thing. Yeah, so, but if anybody else has any better advice for Madhouse Creations than that, feel free to chime in. Steffi K says, Steffi K, sorry, I just got my new mic this weekend. Is there a way to record the video via phone, but record audio at same time via the mic, not phone? Yes. Okay, so I think I understand. So if you got a new mic, so it depends on what mic you got and how it plugs in. Am I correct in assuming, I think I'm correct in assuming that your mic plugs into your phone. It might depend on your phone. I know for mine, so this is a mic and it plugs into my phone, my iPhone with that, okay, the lightning adapter. If you have a Samsung or like a different kind of phone, then maybe you don't need that adapter. You can just plug it in with that, okay? I can tell you that on my iPhone, when I'm recording a video, I don't have to change anything in the settings. The phone automatically recognizes that I have a mic plugged in, and it captures the mic's audio, not the phone mic's audio, automatically, and still uses the phone video. Okay, so that happens automatically. Now, depending on what phone you have, you may need to change a setting. You may have to go into your settings and tell your phone, don't use the phone's mic, use this mic I have plugged in instead. Okay, so that might be something you have to look up how to do in whatever model phone you have. Yeah, so that's what I would suggest. Norbur Yoga, hello, how you doing? Watching your videos, I'm having some ideas on where to start my first YouTube video. Awesome. Awesome. That's awesome. Start that channel. Yitka Sislova, after having checked your video for the first time, if going back, did you then notice that you have to modify or change your pronunciation to sound better? Did it make you pronounce differently? So I guess we're talking about back when I first started making videos. Yeah, there's a couple things. There are a couple words that I trip over. And the reason is kind of funny, and you guys tell me if you run into this too. And this may be mostly for, well, no. I was going to say it may be mostly for Canadians because I'm Canadian. I know I have an accent. My Canadian accent is different than the majority of the people who are watching my videos. Canadian accents, American accents, a lot of the times they can be similar, but there are differences. And there's a few specific words that I know I say differently than what they say in the United States, and perhaps the rest of the world as well. I say the United States mostly because they are our closest neighbor, and they are also the majority of my audience is from the United States. But things like if I go outside, I say outside. In America, they say outside, out instead of out. I'm going to go out and about, not out and about. So, and I've heard that enough throughout my life because I've spent some time in the United States. I lived down there for 6 months when I was much younger. And everybody was saying, "Oh, that's awful funny the way you say that." So those are words. Whenever I say out, I'm conscious of it, and I try to say out. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. I probably shouldn't, but it's just something that's in my head. So, yeah, I do. But if there's something that I definitely get wrong, then I'll try to correct that. I'll try to fix that. Absolutely. Yep. So hopefully that helps. Cole says, I think it's good to record something and then rewatch it to get better at talking in front of the camera. 100% agree. 100% agree. That's what I do. 1620 Garage and Farm is late to the party. You're late to the party, but you made it. That's the main thing. Some people were here and left, so that's fine. We were up to 46 at one point. I think that's where we topped out. We're at 33 now, and that's normal. Tend to kind of, I think we settle in around 20 or so last week. 3 hours in. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in right now, but I'm not going anywhere just yet, so who knows? More people may join. You can totally make money without being monetized. Amazon affiliate marketing is key. 100%. That's great. I don't make a ton from that. A little bit, but not very much. But a lot of people do. Like, it's funny. Every channel's different. It really depends what you're talking about. I said it again. About. I would, to my friends here, I'd say what you're talking about. Like, that's how we say it here in Canada, particularly at Maritime Canada. Anyways, yeah, lots of different ways you can monetize a channel without getting AdSense money from YouTube. Amazon affiliate, especially if you're like a review channel and you review products like camera gear. I could be talking about camera gear and that's all I do. And if a new lens come out, I'll get it, I'll talk about it, and I'll put an affiliate link to that down below. And if people are searching for that and they click that, I'll earn a commission. Easy as that. That's just not what I choose to do. I do have some affiliate links, but since that's not the focus of my channel, I don't tend to get a lot from that. But some channels that do focus on that do. You could make a channel, like I just said, that just does reviews, and part of your strategy may be staying on top of newly released products, monitors, computers, cameras, lenses, microphones, lights, whatever it is, expensive stuff, right? If you know something is coming out soon, try to be one of the first people to have a review video on that thing, and then your video will pop up sooner in search, and people will be more apt to click on your link than somebody else's. And people make a lot of money that way, a lot of money. Watch hours for me was when I started releasing longer content, 15 plus minute videos. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I noticed that too. The 3-minute videos, although are more popular, they have to be viewed a lot of times before you start racking up a lot of watch hours on the shorter videos. Oh yes, okay, New York City. So this, when I mentioned Kat in New York City, she was 38 and single in New York City. Her first video had more views than all the YouTubers in Bangladesh. Wow, this happens to all bikini class channels. Bikini class channels. I'm not sure what. So it wasn't a video. It was. Was she 38? Yeah. So I don't know. It might be talking about a different video, but yeah, the one I was thinking of was just. I think she was like an artist who lived in New York City, and she started she decided to go on YouTube, and it was a very well put together video. You could tell she had like a film background, and it blew up. Like one video, boom, started a channel, one video, and within a couple months, she had tens of thousands of subscribers and views, and it can happen fast. It absolutely can. Also, don't stress about fully polished videos when you are first starting. Just try and get content out. All your videos will be bad when you first get started. 100% agree. Somebody asked me today to give them a link to my first ever YouTube video. by the way, you can go to a YouTube channel and then click oldest first, and you'll see the first one. But I gave him the link, but I watched like a minute of that or something, and I was like, oh my God, like that's awful. But I laughed. I think it's important to leave them on your channel too, because you can see how far you've come, and you can show other people, look, that's how bad I was. Now you're here watching my videos, I must be better. Leave your first videos on there. They're going to suck, but they'll help you grow as well. Safety Home Loans. Hello and welcome. I noticed you mentioning leaving your camera settings on auto. I'm using a Sony a7 IV full frame, and after applying tons of settings from other YouTubers, I just can't seem to get the correct video look. Yeah, it's hard. Like, I know, so Sony a7 IV, that's a pretty beefy camera. A7S III I've heard a lot of, but that's when I was really looking into cameras a couple years ago. So perhaps this is a newer version of that. They do a lot, and they can look amazing with the right settings dialed in. I too had a long time. It took me a while to get the settings for this one dialed in the way I wanted it. And that's partly why I leave these cameras in my studio here, in my office. I don't take them outside and mess with the settings because I don't want to mess things up, because I'd have to probably go back to a YouTube video to see what settings I should have again. I mean, you do get used to some things, but there's a lot. Like, there's literally dozens of menus to go through to change things. There's so many things these cameras can do, a lot of which you don't need to know, like the photography side of it. You don't, if you're doing videos, perhaps you don't need to know the photography side, right? You don't need to know things like that. So there's a few. My suggestion would be to look for shorter videos that explain how to set up the Sony a7 IV for beginners to get the best look, or something like that, and try to find something that can get through all the basics relatively quickly, and because otherwise it can be daunting. Absolutely. Are you using OBS to capture your recordings and or Ecam just straight to your SD card in your camera? Okay, so what I do, I'm using Ecam right now to do my live stream. It's Ecam Live on my MacBook. I'm using a MacBook from, well, I bought it a year and a half ago, but I think it's a 2021 model MacBook Pro M1 Max chip in it. 32 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte hard drive. That's my computer. Ecam Live is running on that for these live streams. When I make a video over there, I can't press my button on the A10 Mini because Peanut is laying on it. Nope, there you go. There she is. She's asleep on my desk. When I sit over there and make those videos and film on these cameras, so this is the Sony ZV-E10 over here, I record the camera directly to the SD card. And when I make a tutorial video sitting here at my desk with the A6400, which is this one, they're very similar cameras. I think that one is a newer version of this. Same thing, right to the SD card. The only difference is with this one, I plug a USB cable into the camera so that when I'm finished my recording, I plug the other end into my dock and I copy the file from the SD card to my computer without having to take the card out of the camera. So that's how I do my tutorial videos with that camera. With this camera, when I'm finished, I'll take the camera off, I'll turn it upside down, I'll pop the SD card out, and then I'll put that in my computer. And I'll transfer the video file to my computer that way. That's another reason why I like to say, just leave your camera running, capture all your mistakes, all your double takes, triple takes, 10, 100 takes, however long it takes. That's also why I have 132 gigabyte SD card is what I have in my cameras. So I could record for probably several hours. before I run out of space, but I never record that long. So for me, when I make, so the video I made last week on Friday, going over my setup, I think the video was around 20 minutes. I probably recorded for 35 minutes because it took me 15 minutes of takes in the beginning before I really got going, before I was happy and just kept going. Okay, so yeah, I just leave it run and then edit it out afterwards. That's for the video. The audio, I have my microphone going directly into my Focusrite 2i2 audio interface, which connects to my computer, and I open up Adobe Audition. You could also use Audacity, and I press record. So I'm recording the audio onto my computer directly, but the video is going onto an SD card, and then I combine both of those in my editing software and I sync them up in editing. That's what I do. You are an inspiration to us older people for sure. Keep up the great work. I'm glad I am. Happy to help. That's what you were thinking with the calligraphy channel. Film the writing from above and have my face in the corner. Perfect. Don't forget to put your face in the corner. Absolutely. That's what's going to make that connection with your audience and help your channel grow probably 10 times faster than if it was just focusing on the calligraphy. You want to insert your personality as well. Have to run to a live webinar. No problem. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're back next week. How about YouTube Editor? I just hopped on, so may have missed this one. Is it good enough? Sorry, 1 second. Just gonna move Peanut here. Come here. You sleepy? Why don't you come back up here? There. See if she's. Oh, 1 second here. Did that freeze? It did seem to freeze. Is that on? Is that working now? Yeah. I'm hoping she goes to sleep over there. She was laying down on my buttons here. Yeah, she'll figure that out. Okay, YouTube Editor. I have not used it. I've not used the YouTube Editor. I don't think you can do very much with it. Just very basic things like maybe trim the beginning and the end. Maybe you can cut some things out of the middle. I'm not too sure. But I would suggest, I'd probably, like, if you want to try something out, I would suggest CapCut. Honestly, it's a free way to try it out. And honestly, you could just use the free version of CapCut. That's all you really need. But you could probably do a lot more with the free version of CapCut than you can with the YouTube Editor. So I think the YouTube Editor is mainly used for, let's say you make a video and you mistakenly included something you didn't want to be in your video, like maybe your personal email address is shown on the screen somewhere or something like that, and you want to blur it out. I think you can do that after the fact with the YouTube Editor. So like small changes like that. But I could be wrong. If any YouTube Editor experts out there want to chime in, go right ahead. Also checking in from Plymouth, Massachusetts. Pilgrims landed on that foolish rock in 1620. Awesome. Yeah, I know exactly where that is. I was there. I saw the rock. Plymouth Rock. Yeah, I love Massachusetts. It's great. I've done the Marblehead to Halifax ocean race a couple times. Marblehead, the yacht club just north of Boston. Awesome. Boston's a great city. How far are you from your main light, and what is the Kelvin number as well as the intensity of the light? I'm currently using 5600 Kelvin since my skin color is mocha skin. So how far am I? So I can't touch it yet. My fingers are probably still 2 feet away. So 3 feet, probably 5 feet away from me. That main light is probably 5 feet away from me. That one is probably 4 feet away from me. And it's smaller. It's like less than half the size. And 1 second, I'm going to need my little flashlight to see the back of it. 1 sec, I'll check this out. What is the setting? So 5600 Kelvin, so same as you. So that's more the white light. And it's at 50% brightness. It's only at 50%. Incidentally, those lights, I don't know if I have a link in the bottom of this video, or I might have done it in my setup, but let me just show you. I'm going to put my iPhone on here. So that's the one in the back. That is my key light right now. So that's the camera I'm looking at, and that's my main key light. And that is the little light that I have on my left. And that's the key light to my right. So that comes with a stand, okay? And that one over there is the same light, same stand. So that was a 2-light kit that I bought last week, 2 weeks ago. And it's great. It's a great light. The reason I got that is because the light I used to have here is that light, that big key light. But right now I'm using that when I make my videos sitting in that chair. Okay, so I'm using that key light. So I've moved it. It's right above my head. I raised it a little bit. I don't know if you were here in last week's live stream, but it was lower and it was kind of in the shot. It was like down here in the shot here. So I don't want to move it too much because I like the look of my videos over there. So I leave that in place. And it's a pain to move that from there over to there. And that key light, quite honestly, is doing a great job. The light might be a little harsher than I get out of that bigger one with the softbox and the grid. But I think it's good enough for live. So yeah, 5600 and 50%. So it could be even brighter. And 5 feet away from me. Exactly. How to keep the fam away from my channel. LOL. Yeah. Eventually, I mean, you get popular enough, eventually they will find it. But then you laugh with them. Violetta. Hello, Violetta. How you doing? English by reportage. Thanks for the info. No problem. Yitka says, I like your voice approach, humbleness and kindness. You are how you're talking to us. I don't feel any peacockery while watching you talk. Great job. Was it different when you started making videos? Yeah, it was harder, for sure. Harder when I started. Again, I just watched. So if you go back to the beginning of my channel, if you do go to my channel and sort the videos, well, let me show you here. We'll just go. Wait, no, what am I doing? Maritimer, videos. Oh, I got to do this. I got to bring it down here. Okay, so there's my channel. If we go to the bottom, we could either scroll all the way to the bottom, but an easier way would be you can go to popular or oldest. So click on oldest. That's the first video I uploaded 3 years ago. Actually, these two, my first two, I actually made those for Fiverr. They were Fiverr gig videos, but I also uploaded them to my YouTube channel. So the first video I made, like with the intent of growing a YouTube channel, was actually this third one here, also 3 years ago. But this will give you an idea.
I have 1 subscriber right now. Okay, this YouTube channel. Hey, what's up, YouTubers? In this video, I'm going to introduce myself and explain how this brand new...
Anyways, very cringy if I'm looking at it. I don't know why I have so much blue going on, those blue lights in the background. That was back when I was shaving my head right down to the wood. Anyways, yeah, I cringe when I watch that. And but it's fun. It's fun to go back and look at it, but I feel like I'm a whole lot better at talking to the camera now than I was then. Then, like every sentence that I said, I then had to edit after it. I had to look, and I was looking at a teleprompter too, and it was my first experience with a teleprompter, and it was obvious. So again, with practice, so that was 3 years ago, but I didn't post for 3 years straight. Again, there was almost 18 months where I really didn't post at all in that period. Okay, I only really got serious again with the posting this past March, I'm going to say, when I started posting like 3 times a week. And then it's only been a couple of weeks that I've been doing these off the cuff videos where I'm just talking like that. I did a couple last year from a boat where I was the thoughts of the day. I was just trying to talk. That was my first crack at talking off the cuff, but wasn't very good at it. Excuse me. And I feel like now that I've decided to talk to the camera like I know the person, like it's somebody I know, and I'm explaining something and I'm thinking like I'm answering a question they've just asked me, like you guys are asking me questions and I'm answering them. That works for me. That it's going much easier now, I find, anyways. But thank you. You like my voice. Awesome. I'm glad you do. I hated it when I first heard it. Very nice group watching today. Thanks, everyone. I wish there was a like button for all the commenters. I like your comment. Thank you very much. And Cheryl says, once you make the PowerPoint, you can save as an MP4. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I've never really done that, but cool. Marivelle Yap. Hello, Marivelle. How are you doing? Saw your video 2 weeks ago, just in time when I created a description on my account because I was thinking of uploading videos but not sure of my content. Now I'm motivated and surely start and follow your advice. Awesome. Good luck with your channel. Hope it does well and have fun with it. Have fun. I am also hooked and subbed after that. Why people over 40 should start a YouTube channel. Because everyone's got something good to say. Just got to find your audience, and they will find you if you publish to YouTube. Word Tripping sounds like a great YouTube channel name, or a rock band. Yeah, sounds like it would work for both, wouldn't it? Word Tripping. That's what I do. Trip over my words all the time. Just ignore those toxic negative trolls and keyboard warriors. You got way too busy dealing with us already. That's right. That's good advice for anybody. Ignore the trolls, ignore the negative comments. Sophia, hello Sophia, how you doing? Hey there, got here late, but we'll rewatch later. Awesome. Better late than never. Does Amazon affiliate work if I set up a link for Amazon Portugal and somebody from somewhere else, another country, clicks on it to buy the item? That's a good question. So I kind of have the same issue in that Amazon Canada is where I buy my stuff, but Amazon.com is probably where most of my audience is going to Amazon. So I've been putting in the Amazon.com links. And I think when you apply that, I'm still fairly new to that, so you might want to double check, but I think you can apply to be an affiliate for all of them. And then I also think you can combine them so they all go to the same, like all commissions go to the same place. Okay. But you might want to double check on how exactly you can do that from your country, from Portugal. Oh, you just tried it with one of my links and it redirected you to your Amazon. Okay, well, great. Perfect. Perfect. Then it's working. Desiree. Hello, Desiree. How you doing? I have a Canon EOS M50. Don't most of these cameras only allow you to record up to 30 minutes at a time? How do you surpass that? Some cameras do have a 30-minute time limit. 1 second. The Sony a6400 and ZV-E10 do not have a limit like that. The problem is some older Canon, like I'm not sure how, I'm not familiar with the Canon, but the problem with some older cameras, and again, I don't know if yours is older or not, but some of the older ones tend to overheat if they're on too long, and so they have an automatic shutdown. Some cameras, you can go into the settings and override that, but I would only advise on doing that if you're sure your camera's not going to overheat, because you don't want your camera to overheat and then die, right? That might be harmful for the camera. I just happen to know that these Sony cameras are okay with that, and so I do. So 2 weeks ago was my longest live stream I've ever done. It was almost 4 hours, and both of these cameras were on the whole time with a dummy battery. So I don't use, I take the regular battery out, and then I have one of these dummy batteries plugged in. I don't know if you can see that, but plugged into the battery so that the camera is basically plugged into the wall, and it could be theoretically on indefinitely. Now, it is good to turn them off after so long, but yeah. So I would check with your so if your camera has a 30-minute limit, then yeah, that there may be a way to override that, but you may not want to. You might have to look up your camera to find out for sure. Rosie Real Talk. Hello, Rosie. How you doing? Really appreciate this. Thanks so much. Trying something new. However, very intimidated, to be honest. So thanks again. No problem. Everybody, or most people are. It can be intimidating starting a channel and making your first video. But what I can promise you is once you do your first video and upload it, every other video after that becomes so much easier. So much easier. It's kind of liberating too. Once you finally uploaded it and it's there, then you're going to find yourself just kind of staring at your stats, seeing if anybody's watching it. Safety Home Loans. Here's a small tip. If you're using the Ecam, you could just save your video via the USB-C out to an external SSD drive. Helps from having to fiddle with camera to remove the SD card. Yes, you can. However, in my case, I want to make my videos 4K. And both these cameras will record in 4K if recording to the SD card. When I'm running it through the Ecam maxes out at 1080p. So it can't capture 4K. So even if I recorded out the USB-C port to an SSD drive, like to an external hard drive, I believe it would only be 1080p. So that's why I don't do that. But again, this Ecam is perfect for me for live streaming because I only want to live stream at 1080 anyways. But yeah, no, that's a good tip for those of you who are recording 1080p videos. Yeah, you can record it right to your an attached hard drive on your A10 Mini for sure. Foodhead. Hello, Foodhead. How you doing? Good stuff. Not sure if I bring enough value for a channel of my own yet. I'm sure you've got something to say that people would be interested in. I think everybody does if you think hard enough. Even if you have nothing to say, talk about the fact that you have nothing to say. Why not? Think about Seinfeld. That's a very successful TV sitcom from the 90s that was basically a show about nothing. That's how they build it. YouTube editor is only for taking things out or adding YouTube elements to the video. Okay, there you go. There's your answer on that. So all in all, can you run over your latest Sony camera's settings? This will help us all to have a starting ground. Thanks. Yeah, real quick, I can tell you that, so picture profile, I use standard. So that's auto. Wait, now I'm just going to read right off of the camera lens up there. So I've got it set to 4K 30, but even though it's running through the A10 Mini before it goes live, so you're only seeing 1080p. But when I'm recording to my SD card, it's getting the full 4K 30 frames per second. What else do I have there? Auto white balance. I have my white balance set to auto, so I don't have to mess around with setting that every time. And if you're in an environment that's not changing, right? Like I don't have the sun shining in the window. I've got curtains there. So I'm in complete control of the lighting in this room. So if I just leave my white balance set to auto and not have to manually change it all the time, that's easy for me. The autofocus C, AF-C, I forget what that, continuous autofocus, I think is what that is. I have my shutter speed at 1/60. Rule of thumb that I've heard, that I've read or seen on videos is 1/, double your frame rate. My frame rate is 30 frames per second, so I've got 1/60 as my shutter speed. What that has to do with is motion blur. So if I wave my fingers in front of my face like this, you can see my fingers are blurry, right? That's natural. That's what your eyes regularly see. If somebody were to do that in front of your face, you would see blur, right? But if I had my shutter speed not at 1/60, but say 1/250, there may not be any blur. I might be able to stop the frame at any point and everything looks crystal clear. So that's great if you want to take a still image from a video, but for a video to look natural, it's not great. It's going to look jittery. Okay, you want a little bit of motion blur because that's natural. That's what the human eye tends to normally see anyways. So that's 1/60. f1.4, that's automatic because that's what this lens is. Picture profile is off because I have that set to just no picture profile. I don't do any color correction like they do in Premiere Pro. I do a little bit in Camtasia, like I boost the saturation a little bit, and the what else? There's the color correcting in Camtasia is very simple. There's only 3 things. There's like hue, saturation, brightness. I think those are the 3. And I've actually made a video on exactly what I do to do that in my channel. If you want to go back and take a look at that, if you're interested. That's all I do with that. And I do that whether I get the video from this Sony camera or from my phone. I do the same thing. So yeah, those are the settings. Is there anything else? Yeah, no, I mean, there are other settings in there, but it would probably take an hour or so to go through everything. That might be another video that I make at some point in the future, but hopefully that gets you going. Auto white balance, I think, is huge, just to have that set on auto. Yeah, there you go. Eastern Canada? Yes, I live in Eastern Canada. Atlantic Canada, in fact. Halifax, Nova Scotia. I'm in Nova Scotia and you sound a little like us here. Well, I'm one of you. I am born and raised in Nova Scotia. So that's why I sound like you. Given your skill set, is there any reason why you would not use OBS as opposed to Ecam? I don't know. Actually, in March, when I was doing live streams, I was using OBS. I ran into a little bit of trouble. One of the things I really wanted to be able to do is to show comments on screen, like I am right now. I'm showing your comment on the screen. I like to be able to click it and have it show up. That's what I really liked about StreamYard. That StreamYard makes it really easy to do that. Ecam Live makes it really easy to do that. OBS does not. There is a workaround, and I got that working. I forget even what it was called, Social Ninja or something like that. Whatever it was, I had it working 1 week. The next week it wasn't working. I think an OBS update or something kind of broke that. And then the next week I got it working again, and then it wasn't working. So I just found it was too much of a headache. I'm glad you think I've got a broad skill set, but there's still a lot of this stuff I don't know about. I only know enough to be able to use what I use. So even OBS, to me, was kind of daunting. There's a lot of stuff about OBS that I don't know. I've had my son help me with that a little bit because he uses OBS when he streams his games and his coding and whatnot. But I find Ecam, I don't know, it's like a lot of Apple products. Now, I might alienate some of you non-Apple users, but I just like the Apple ecosystem. I love my MacBook. I've got Apple headphones, my iPhone, Apple. You know, I was a PC guy my whole life until March of 2023. So just a year, not even a year and a half ago, I switched to Mac. And I honestly couldn't believe I hadn't made the switch sooner. Like when I make a video on my iPhone, it is so easy to airdrop it to my MacBook. Boom, it's there. Instead of having to, you know, plug things in and how do I get to the right hard drive and all this stuff. I just found it so much easier with the Apple ecosystem. So for some reason, to me, the Ecam Live is kind of the same. It's made for Mac only. It's not even available for PC. And I just find it easier, I guess. I don't know. Preference. I know a lot of people use OBS, probably more so than use Ecam. I don't know for sure. Leah Grants has been here the whole time. LOL. Appreciate how you explain things. We'll watch regularly. Can't wait for your course. Awesome. Thank you very much. And glad you've stuck it out this long. How long has it been? 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 3 hours now. Wow. No wonder I'm getting so hungry. Now Power. Hello, welcome to the live stream. How to use the YouTube PAE to post a video. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not sure. I post my videos using YouTube Studio from Google Chrome and upload them from there. I use editing software to edit my video to getting it to look the way I want it. I use Camtasia, but you can use CapCut or DaVinci Resolve or anything. But then once the video is made, the MP4, oh, you say page. How to use the YouTube page to post a video. Yeah, you would just go to, you log into your YouTube Studio. So that's studio.youtube.com. Log into your account and click on Create or Upload Video. Now, I don't know if you've just created a channel, you may have to wait a little bit. I don't know if it's 24 hours or 48 hours, I can't remember, but I think there is a small waiting period. Or maybe that's just to go live. It's been a long time since I've done that, so I'm not sure. But yeah, just click that Create button and follow the instructions. You upload the video and then give it a title, description, tags, and there's a whole bunch of stuff to go through. And actually, I'm going to have, so I did mention that I'm working on a course of a bunch of videos that'll walk you through all this stuff. I'm also going to have a success checklist, and I can show this to you real quick. Whoops, what did I do? Right here, let me share this page with you. Right there. So, oh, that comment's there from the last time I was on this screen. So that right there is a PDF that I have been working on. It's 11 pages, and it's the Over 40 YouTube Success Checklist. This is something, you call it a lead magnet, okay? This is something I'm going to be giving away for free to anybody who wants it. And then, I mean, the way lead magnets work, and for those of you interested in knowing how to monetize a YouTube channel without your YouTube channel being monetized, this is one way. You create something for free that is value that you're giving to people, okay? Actually, I'm just going to close that window. People will go and download that thing for free. They get their free thing, and then you can then offer them something else. So that something else, in my case, is going to be the video course that I'm working on. So this is going to be the free thing that is going to walk you through. So this is the exact process I use to create my YouTube videos. Follow these steps each time you make a video, and the process will become like second nature. Blah, blah, blah. So, and then we go through the steps. So plan, I'm not going to reveal it all because it's not totally ready yet, but identify the video topic, title, thumbnail design, prepare the outline or script, and so on. And I go through all the steps. There's like 36 different steps all the way through. And yeah, that's it. So that hopefully will help. But then if you want more, like way more in depth with video describing all these steps, that's what the course is going to be. So hopefully I'll have that ready next week. Might be 2 weeks away. I'm not too sure, but that is the video series that I'm working on, and that'll go into a lot more detail. But I also do plan on making a video as well for my channel that tells you exactly how to upload a video to YouTube. So perhaps that would help as well. Nation of Wabiria, hello, how you doing? Welcome to the live stream. Actually, Canon used to make their cameras cut off so they wouldn't be taxed as a video camera. I researched it because I have one of those. Later models have changed. That's interesting. I never heard that before. Interesting. Very good. Just a little hello from Paris. Hello, Paris. How you doing? You guys have the Olympics soon. That's exciting. Go Canada, right? Paris. I've never been to Paris. That would be fun. I'd like to see Paris someday. No problem, Rosie. Christina, hello, welcome. Thank you. Still have to make my first one. Absolutely you do. Make your first video. Leah says, no, you have to make a different Amazon for each country. It just deposits to the account you identify. Thank you for that clarification. That's awesome. Helpful. And I am new to your channel as well. Planning to create a channel. Good for you. Awesome. Love to hear it. Everybody should have their own YouTube channel, I think, because it's fun. Not because I think everybody needs to make money from YouTube. I mean, maybe if that's what you want to do, great. But I just, like, quite honestly, especially for the older generations, and I'm not trying to be morbid or anything here, but wouldn't it be fun? Like, I think of this sometime. Like, after I'm gone, if there's a channel there that has a whole bunch of me on camera talking personably, like authentically to people, I think that's a great legacy to leave other people. Like, not like I'm making a channel just for other people, but it's like it'd be a way for my kids and grandkids and their grandkids and so on to actually have a look and see what I was like. I don't know, just something. Maybe you don't think that way, but I'm sure some people do. I think it's especially once, like, maybe the 20-somethings and 30-somethings don't think about that sort of thing, but the older generations might. I think it's great. There is a tutorial on YouTube teaching you how you can replace your 1080p recordings with the 4K clips. Okay, so probably talking about the A10 Mini again. Very good. Very good. I don't know if I want to unplug mine. I kind of have mine working the way I like it right now. I know there's probably different ways I could be doing things. Absolutely. Do you find the 1 to 2 cents per view estimates to be accurate? I haven't really done the math like that. So it really depends, and you're probably tired of hearing that. So lots of people are always looking on YouTube, trying to figure out how much money can I make with YouTube? And they're typically thinking about the YouTube monetization side of it, where, again, to me, that is such a small piece of what you could be making through YouTube. But anyways, it really depends. So the way it works is when you're monetized, when your channel is monetized, and you've got videos out on your channel, people are watching your videos, right? For those people who are watching your videos who do not subscribe to YouTube Premium, ads will show on your videos. Sometimes at the beginning of the video. If the video is longer than 8 minutes, then there could be what's called a mid-roll ad, or 2 or 3, depending on how long the video is. Some of these ads are skippable, some of them are not. Advertisers are paying YouTube to have their ads placed in those videos. So YouTube is collecting money for that, right? And then they're putting the ads out there. How much the advertisers are paying YouTube for those ads depends on the content of the video. So, like, if I'm a bank and I want to put an ad out there on YouTube, I'll make an ad, I'll give it to YouTube. They will decide to put it on all these sites. They have algorithms there that'll make sure that my ad gets shown to people who may be interested in my banking products. Okay, so they'll be probably shown on videos that talk about banking or finance or how to make money, like things like that. Okay, so that's how that works. Now, the content creator who made the video where the ad is showing up, they earn a piece of that ad, of that revenue. And that piece is 55% once you're monetized. Until you're monetized, YouTube keeps it all. Any ads played on your videos before you're monetized is kept by YouTube. But once you're monetized, you earn 55% of that ad revenue. Now, how much is that? Well, what you could search for on Google or in YouTube is what is the revenue RPM, revenue per mille. That's mille as in MILLE, and I believe that's French for actually Paris. You can confirm this. French for 1,000. So it's so they use the word mille. I know mille is French for 1,000. I'm in Canada and I know a little bit of French, but finance type videos tend to pay out a high RPM, and I've heard anywhere from $20 to $30 per 1,000 views. Okay. On the other end of the spectrum, if it's a channel that's just, maybe live streaming gaming or even vlog channels, they don't tend to attract as many high paying advertisers. So because of that, they don't pay as much, maybe as low as $2 or $3 per 1,000 views. Okay. So that all gets added up and calculated by YouTube, and then you'll be able to look at your stats to see what RPM each of your videos are making. And it's going to be different for every video on every channel. It really depends on what videos are. And this is all done automatically. So that's kind of how it works. As far as whether it's 1 or 2 cents per view, what is that? So what is it per 1,000? So 0.01 times 1,000. So you're saying $10 to $20 per 1,000. I think that's high on average. It's probably less than that. If it's a finance channel, then it may be that or more. It could be 2 to 3 cents. But if it's like a vlog type channel, it could be 1 cent or half a cent or even less. Okay. So anyway, that's what I know about that. I like to try Ecam. Do you have an affiliate link so I can get it via your link? I think I do. If you check out the link in my description below, I think there is a link to Ecam. If not in the description of this live stream, then one of my videos, I'm pretty sure I do have an affiliate link, and thank you very much. And we got Pat McDonald. Were you surprised at all why people over 40 must start a YouTube channel took off? Yes and no. Well, I knew it had potential. And the only reason that is because it was a bit of a pivot from the types of videos I had been making. I knew that by only making Camtasia video editing type videos that there was a ceiling probably on the reach that my videos would have, and that if I talked about things a little more broadly, that there would be way more potential. So in my mind, so this has been my strategy, is to, and this is why I say you don't have to nail down your niche, however you want to say it, at the beginning. You can pivot from it, okay? In the beginning, you want to start with talking about something you are very familiar with or very good at or can talk a long time about. That's what you want to start with. But at some point, you may want to pivot from that. Once you start growing your channel, you may see a ceiling of what you're talking about, and you might think, okay, well, I can't get much farther with what I'm doing here. Maybe I'll try something else. And it's good to try other things, right? That was a try. That was an example of me trying to do something different and be more broad and just start talking to people about what I know about YouTube in general and start talking to people my age, right? Like that was kind of an aha moment too. Like just, I can't talk and relate to somebody who's 15 years old about YouTube. They have very different reasons for watching YouTube than people my age and older do. But I talk to my parents about it, and people my age, my brother, my wife, I talk all the time about stuff like this. And it's just occurred to me that I should try to talk to the camera more. So there was a couple of different things at play there. The topic was more broad, and also I tried a different approach, and that was talking off the cuff directly to the camera. So I knew it had potential, but as to how well it's doing very well. And and as our like the other videos I've been doing lately have all been doing much better than the ones I did previously. Yeah, so for that reason, I'm kind of, it's like, oh, okay, wow, yeah, no, there's a lot of people who are liking the way I'm talking, liking the way I'm explaining things, liking what I'm talking about. Let's give them more. Let's do a video series on it. You know, maybe that'll go somewhere. Let's start doing more free videos on the stuff and modify your approach that way. So yeah, surprised? I don't know if surprised is the right word. Pleasantly surprised. How about that? Oh, your son streams games. I work for a game development company. Ask him if he likes 7 Days to Die. It's a zombie survival game. I will ask him that. I have no idea. He's a software developer, so he also streams coding and things like that. So, yeah, very good. I'm not sure what he's streaming these days, though. You rock. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can't wait for your success checklist. I'll be one of your students. Awesome. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Hopefully within the week. It's just a matter of doing all the videos. I have everything that I want. So I did. That's actually what I have set up here. If you look at the camera. So again, I'll show you my setup. So again, so there's where I'm sitting when I'm doing the course. And that's what I'm looking at. So that camera, and so that's an example of one of the videos that I made. Okay? And that's the bullet points that I have right below the camera. And then I look at that as I'm making the videos, is how I do it. And right now I'm in the filming process, and I've got already like 36 different, I don't know if you can see these here, but test recording, final check, surroundings, record, video. So I've got all my cheat sheets done. Each one of these is going to be a video. But that's not the checklist. It's basically an expanded checklist, is if you want to look at it that way. But yeah, so I've got all the prep work done. Now it's just a matter of sitting down in front of the camera and filming myself, talking about it all. But I also have to do some at my desk, showing some software, and I'm going to add some B-roll. If you're not sure what that is, just supporting footage. I might still be talking, but then I put a video of me showing a different camera, for example. That would be B-roll. So yeah, just have to put all that together, and it's just a matter of time. So that's why only one more video is going to be posted this week on my channel, one of the free uploads or whatever. So, and I think that'll be Thursday or Friday. I'm not sure when yet. But no, thank you. Appreciate that. Teramu, hello. How you doing? Maybe looking at YouTube as Instagram or Facebook account would be a little less intimidating. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're saying here. Maybe looking at YouTube as Instagram or Facebook account would be a little less intimidating. Oh, YouTube would be less intimidating, maybe? I'm not quite sure what. I mean, yeah, you could do it either way. I like YouTube. I just think that's a great place because it allows you to go live. I'm just not as familiar with Facebook. Instagram, I have an Instagram account, but like for Rob the Maritimer, it's tied into this YouTube account as well, but I don't use it as much. YouTube tends to be my home base, if you will. For the lady that mentioned the limitation on recording for tax reasons, there is a $7 Amazon Switch timer that can be set to bypass the time limitation on the camera. Very interesting. As long as the camera doesn't overheat, I suppose. Go for it. Yeah. Robert Itson. Hello, Robert. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Sorry if I missed it, but have you covered microphones? If so, I can rewind later. Talked a little bit about microphones here and there. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different choices of microphones. It depends on how you're going to record. If you're going to record on your phone, then honestly, you could start with something like this. This is the Power DeWise lavalier mic that clips onto your shirt. I have clipped it up here, but it was too loud. Like my voice was clipping, so I had to redo that video and attach it way down here in the middle of my chest, like in the middle of my stomach. And it just plugs into the phone. I have an iPhone, so I needed this little adapter here, but if you don't have an iPhone, you could probably just plug that end in. That's your cheapest way to go for an external mic. But if you're doing it at a desk like I am now, I'm using a shotgun mic up here. That guy, I'm using that microphone. That's the Synco Mic D2. And I have a link to that in the description below. I use that mic here, and I also use that over there on that boom arm when I'm making my videos in that chair. So I move that mic back and forth. Maybe someday I'll get a second one, but can't justify it just yet. But there's other microphones too. There's condenser mics. There's the Shure SM7B mic is very popular for podcasters. That one tends to have to be closer to your mouth, so you'll usually see that in frame. But I like having the microphone out of frame, so up here. And if I put my finger up to the mic, it just, oh, I have it way too high, I guess. Anyway, I usually, that's my test. I put the finger up and see, you know, how low can I put the mic. So if I lower it, eventually you'll see it right there. So I just, actually my head makes a good background, good contrast. Just out of frame. That's what I do. Let's see. Yes, it's the motivation I got from your video following the first one I watched. The legacy I will leave my family. That alone is good enough. And if I get subscriptions, that's a bonus. Awesome. Great way to look at it. Great way to look at it. I like that. That reasoning works for me. But also some people, it's a good hobby. It's a good hobby to do in retirement for somebody who doesn't even need to make money with YouTube. It's just something fun to do. You can make vacation videos or holiday videos or event videos like birthdays. You can document, you know, a birthday party that you go to, anything. It's fun. I enjoy editing videos, and I suppose you kind of have to enjoy it or you're not going to stick with it. Brett Downing, hello. Hi, welcome to the live stream. Hi, Rob. I subscribed to your channel 2 days ago. Awesome. Welcome aboard. Do you keep a lawyer on retainer just in case of things arise related to your YouTube channel? Thanks for you and your videos. They are great. Keep up the great. Is there a? Oh, you got cut off there, but I get the gist of it. No problem. Thanks. I do have a lawyer, and that is important in case things come up. I mean. I'm not sure what would, but I mean, I've been in business for myself as an entrepreneur for 25 years, and I have a corporation, right? And I run everything through my corporation. I mean, it's probably different in every country. So I'm in Canada. In Canada, it makes sense to have all your work-related stuff go through, you know, the corporation, and then you can take a salary from your corporation. Is kind of the way that works. But yes, no, I've got a lawyer friend who I've used throughout the years. Absolutely. I thought it was 70-30. Marine X. Hello, Marine X. How you doing? I think it depends. So I could be wrong, but I think the ad revenue share is 55-45. I think for channel memberships and super chats or super thanks, things like that, it might be different. Maybe it's 70-30. I'm not too sure. Might want to double check that. Maraville Yap says, I've been sharing your videos so me and my friends will start our own YouTube channel. Great content. Awesome. That sounds fun, doing this with some friends. Absolutely. Thanks for sharing your room. My husband built me a room same size as yours. Now I'm thinking of making it my video room for my YouTube channel, combining it as my office and knickknack room. Perfect. That's great. Yeah, this is just basically it's a bedroom. I think it's 12 feet that way by 9.5 feet that way, with a couple closets that are 2 feet deep. And when we built the house, we built it as a bedroom, but always knowing that I was going to use it as an office. And I've got several different spaces. So the beauty of like a YouTube backdrop or a set is you can have it set up in a small little corner. Like literally that corner is so small, yet when I put a camera on it, you wouldn't necessarily know. It looks bigger than it is. There's like again, if I show from my phone, there's a black curtain hiding the window right beside that chair, but you don't see it. So all you see is around not even 4 feet of that wall. And then this side here in the video, maybe you see around 6 feet. And then this camera here is only, well, it's only about 3 feet from the chair. So it's pretty tight. And then you could theoretically set up, I could set up 4 different sets in this little room if I wanted to. Well, that's one. This is a set, right? And sometimes I open those closet doors to show off the gear storage closet I got there. I could have another set on that blank wall if I wanted to, but I don't right now. But anyways, yeah, there's a lot you can do with a small space. But you also need a place to do your work too. So this desk is also where I edit my videos. Very good. And then Wendy Hauser? Wendy Hauser. Welcome, Wendy. Thanks for stopping in from Lower Michigan. Very good. Lower Michigan. I'm going to a football game in Detroit in September. I'm a big Detroit Lions fan. For those of you who know, they've been very unsuccessful for many, 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 many years. Last year they had a great year and hoping to do better this year. Wooden Bell 504, hello and welcome to the live stream. And your question, where can you hire someone to edit your videos? What I would do, since I'm very familiar with Fiverr, because I'm a seller on Fiverr, is I would go to Fiverr. I would go to Fiverr and hire somebody there. Lots of people, lots of video editors there. In fact, this thing that I showed you here, this here, I did not make that. I made all the content. I developed all the content for it, but then I went to Fiverr and I actually hired 2 different people to make me a PDF. I said, make it look good. Use blue as the main color and so on. So, and then this was one of the results I got back and I liked the look of it. Okay, so that's an example of something I got from Fiverr. And I think I spent, I think it was $50 US to have this made. Yeah, now I spent it twice because I paid 2 different people and one of them I didn't love and the other one I loved most of it, so that I went back and forth with that person until it was exactly what I wanted. So yeah, I would go to Fiverr, 100%. You are a Lions fan. Sorry, bud. Lifelong Patriots fan. So is my daughter. My daughter loves the Patriots. She loved, what was his name? Oh, geez. Edelman. She loved Edelman. Number 11, I think. We took her to a Pats game. It was the home opener. I think it was her 16th birthday. The home opener when Houston was there. Houston at New England. Because it's a 12-hour drive from me in Halifax to Boston. That's what we did. Yeah, well, you're sorry for me. I'm sorry for you now because the Pats aren't looking too good this year. I was a fan from the 70s and 80s back when the Pats were terrible. So when they went on the 20-year Brady run, it was special. I bet it was. And you're going to be talking about those 20 Brady years for forever. Those were crazy years. Jules was a monster. Yeah. Actually, he didn't get to play the game that we saw. He was suspended for a game for a pot, I think, for that game that we went to see. Callie was not happy. My YouTube channel is about writing, blogging, book marketing, and entrepreneurship. I'm considering live streaming. Not sure what to stream about. Maybe group writing sessions. Cool. Yeah. So again, live streaming is a great way to increase your watch hours. Okay. So and it's also a great way to connect with your audience. So it's about writing, blogging, bookmark. So yeah, I can't really answer what exactly you should do in your live streaming, but I think whatever you do, it'd be nice to be able to switch back and forth between a couple of different views. Like I've been doing here. I switch from this to my iPhone, and that's a monitor, and that's my camera. And you can build scenes like that with OBS Studio for free, or you can use Ecam Live like I am, and I think that's $20 a month. I'm using a Stream Deck to press buttons to switch scenes. You don't need a Stream Deck to do that. You could actually use your mouse and click on the scenes up on the screen. But yeah, no, what you could, so if you had different scenes, like one scene could be, so you're writing, blogging, I mean, you could be sharing your screen and then you in the corner talking, right? Going over what you're doing. Maybe there's certain software that you use in your writing and blogging. You can explain to other people who want to be a writer or blogger. You can teach them how to do it, like how to use the software that you use and things like that. So those are some ideas. Some really good ideas are, so I'm not going to be specific here, but generally speaking, it's really good when you're helping people. So if you do it with the intention of helping somebody out, I did that on purpose, out. I would normally say helping someone out. If you're helping somebody out, people love that. They like to be helped. So if you genuinely try to help people, that will come across in your videos and that will help you grow. So whatever you decide to do in your channel, if you gear it towards helping people succeed in whatever it is, maybe you're telling people how to copyright, how to blog, how to market their books. Like, are you talking about Amazon? Like they're, I forget what it's called, but you can self-publish books on Amazon if you want to get into that. How to add voiceovers to Amazon. What do you call those? The books that you listen to, audio books, right? Through audio, what's it called? Audio something. Audible, which is owned by Amazon, I believe. So anything that helps people is what I would suggest. And try different things until something lands, I guess, be my best advice. 12 hours is not bad. Next trip down, I will get you in my motion simulator. That sounds scary. Motion simulator. I don't know if I'd like that. Faisal Aziz, cheers from Saudi. I like your vibe. Thanks, Faisal. Welcome. Saudi Arabia, very good. Mine was one of our carports, so it's a bit longer. He built the walls, door and window. It will now be my main video room instead of a home office and knickknack room. Have a great day. Thank you again. No problem. That sounds cool. Actually, it sounds like you're going to have lots of space. That's cool. Awesome. I love the Canadian accent when they say project and a. Oh, a. Project? Am I saying it the Canadian way? Project. That's how I would say it. Project. Do you say project? I've heard it both ways, but I say project. I don't know. Is that Canadian? I'm not sure. Which capture card you use to connect your DSL camera to live streaming here? The camera is connected to the Atem Mini. So it's connected to that right there. This black box here, the Atem Mini. And I have two cameras connected to it. Not the mouse, that was there for the cat, but the cat's asleep now. But I press this one. Number one is for that camera. Okay, number two, when I press that, is for that camera. So I use the A10 Mini. Is what I use. That's the capture. And then the A10 Mini is seen by my computer as a webcam. The computer interprets it as if it's a webcam. So when I choose a camera, I have to choose the Blackmagic A10 Mini is what I choose. Sarah, hello Sarah, how you doing? From Kenya, very good. Thanks for encouraging me to put out my first video. Awesome, way to go, congrats. I hope you had fun with it and have fun and learn and make another one. All my Canadian friends say project. Really? Okay, not project, P-R-A-W, ject is what I say, I guess. I don't know. Again, I've heard it both ways. Still streaming, Dino. Yeah, we're still streaming. 3.5 hours and counting. Not going to stop yet. Do you ever put the cat to work, or is he just a freeloader? She is a freeloader. Well, she puts me to work. She's tuckered out now, but most of her work is when she's not ready to sleep and she's just roaming around. Well, if you saw the earlier part of this live stream, she was fairly active, walking around here, and I had to put the mouse on screen for her. Yeah, she's been in a lot of my videos lately, but she's not always in them. But she leads me around. When I get up in the morning, she walks me to the kitchen to where I get her food. She walks me to her dish, right? I follow her. And then then I come down to my office, and then within 5-10 minutes, she's down here too. And then she's usually here most of the day. And I put her to work. I do. I put her in my videos as much as I can when she wants to be. Other times I just have to ignore her. She doesn't listen. She's not like a dog. I never had cats growing up. I had dogs. So, tapping, come here, kitty, come here. That doesn't work with a cat. She will come when she's darn ready. With Ecam, how is Scarlett's sound coming in? Do you do any processing audio when not streaming and just record on the couch? So what I'm doing now, this microphone is going right into the Scarlett and then right into Ecam. I am not processing it whatsoever. I think there are things you can do in Ecam. I know there are things you can do to the video, maybe even the audio too, but I don't. No, I don't do anything. So this sound is what you're getting. This is a little moved a bit. There we go. This is straight from the mic to the Scarlett to Ecam to YouTube to you. When I sit on the couch, what I do, so I move the mic over there, okay? It's still, and I plug it in, I change the connector, I plug it in to the Focusrite, the Scarlett again. But what I do different is I open up Adobe Audition, I create a new file, and I click record. And then I record directly into Adobe Audition. Meanwhile, I'm recording my video directly to the SD card of my camera. Okay, so then what I do is when I'm all finished, I will take the video file out of my SD card. I'll pop the SD card into my computer and copy that into my computer. I go to Adobe Audition, and then I will save that file because that's the raw captured file. I'll then save as, and I'll add an underscore PROC, as in processed, excuse me. And then I'll do some processing. So it's a set of processes that I've set up 3 years ago, but they include adding dynamics processing, a compressor, a hard limiter, noise gate. I think there's several different things that I do to it to make it sound better. So I boost the bass a little bit in the equalizer, parametric equalizer it's called. I boost the highs a little bit, the treble a little bit, and I reduce the mids a little bit. And I just play around with it until I played around with it until I got what I liked. I saved it all as a preset, and then I just one click apply that every time now. So that's how I get my audio. Not really prepared to show you exactly how I do it because I will get questions, and I don't know enough to know the answers to why I did what I did. It's what sounded good. And I basically took the advice or followed the instructions of another YouTuber 3 years ago, and I probably wouldn't even be able to find that video if I tried. So at some point I'll have to recreate that and then recreate it for you and make a video on how I do it. So that's what I do. So that's why these videos are going to sound a little different. Like these live streams, video on demand, will sound a little different, probably not quite as good as the videos I upload to YouTube that I make over there, because those I process a little bit. Okay, so that's what I do. Sorry, that was kind of a long-winded answer, but didn't want to miss anything there. Animal channels do well. Ask me how I know. I think you just gave away the reason why you know. Do you use DJI products? I have DJI gimbal along with a couple drones. Great for action type video. Yes, I haven't used them much. I have one of the iPhone handheld gimbals. I think it was the I want to say it's called an OMJ4. Yeah, this and this. So I use this sometimes when I'm outside. You can put your camera right in this. Is that right? Yeah, and it holds the camera. So yeah, I use that sometimes. It's pretty handy, but not all the time. So that's the gimbal I use. And then drone. This is the Air 3. I've got the Air 3 drone that I had fun with last year when I got it, but I haven't really done much with it yet this year, but I plan on it. All right, so it's fun, but I haven't done much. So eventually I may make kind of like an intro of like where I live, and that will include probably some ocean shots and some top-down shots of, boats and St. Margaret's Bay and all that kind of stuff. So pretty cool for me. But again, that also goes against what I'm kind of now saying in terms of making your intros incredibly short, right? So I don't want to spend too much time on making a fancy intro, because intros tend to be where you lose people nowadays, right? So good for like B-roll and supporting shots. Like if I'm out walking on the trail and I'm holding my phone, talking and making a video, it'd be kind of cool if there was also a drone up in the air taking a shot of me doing that, and then I could use that as B-roll, right? So I may do something like that as well. It takes a lot longer to make videos like that, though. That's, I guess, one of the main reasons why I haven't. Trying to keep it simple for now, anyways. But yes, great for action type video, absolutely. Your thoughts on the future of Final Cut Pro? I've started creating YouTube playlists so as to save this wonderful video. Final Cut Pro, I've never used it. I've actually never used it, and I've never used iMovie either in the Mac. So my background, I started with Camtasia, then I tried Premiere Pro for a little bit and got kind of frustrated with it. Then I got DaVinci Resolve and liked that more than Premiere Pro, but still there's some things in DaVinci Resolve I found incredibly hard, and not sure why it was so hard. I know it's very popular and it's got an amazing color grading system, but the reality is I don't even think you need that. Like, really, the small amount of color grading I can do with Camtasia is fine for me. I think my videos look just fine, and I'm not making any motion pictures. I'm not making any commercial level commercials or anything like that. So I'm just making videos of myself. And so I like to keep things simple. Simple animations of text and things like that is so easy to do in Camtasia. And I think in CapCut as well, although I haven't gotten into that as much. So yeah, that's the main reason why I haven't used DaVinci Resolve more. And I think of Final Cut Pro on the same level as Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve, higher end video editing tools. But in terms of the future of Final Cut Pro, I really don't have an opinion because I've never used it. I don't know even what the pros and cons are. So sorry, I can't really help you with that. Do you follow the AI crazy news trends? Do you use AI products daily, like ChatGPT? I do use ChatGPT quite a bit. Helps me with research, helps me with comparing things instead of, like, it speeds up the research process. It helped me generate a preliminary outline for the checklist that I'm going to make available next week. It helps me research videos. So yeah, ChatGPT I like a lot. And I have it on my phone as well. So like when I'm out for a run and I have a question about something, I'll ask ChatGPT. Like, I don't know, like how many YouTube users are there out there? How many active YouTubers are there? Just things like that. If stats like that pop into my head and I want to know the answer real quick, I'll use ChatGPT. Now, the downside is that I don't tend to remember what I read on ChatGPT because I didn't put in a ton of work to find the information. It just gave it to me, and I know if I ever need that information again, I'll go back to ChatGPT. So that might be a downside in that maybe our population is getting a little dumber because of leaning on AI like that. But yeah, I use ChatGPT for sure. And I have seen AI in terms of being introduced to video editing software like AI avatars, AI voices, and things like that. And I know people are starting to use those more. My thoughts on those are not very positive in that, I mean, they're getting better and better. It's not that at all. It's more, I'm coming at it from a point of view of what do I want to put out there? I want to put myself out there. I want myself to be out there. I want to make connections with people. I want to help people. I don't want to create an AI to help people, right? That's not real. And as I mentioned before too, if you want to think about creating, again, I'm talking to people over 40 for the most part. If you want to create a YouTube channel that eventually will be your legacy and people can look back at this and say, oh, this was Rob, 100 years ago. That's kind of cool. Instead of looking back and seeing like an AI generated robot that Rob created. That's not the same thing. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. But tools like ChatGPT, absolutely, I use quite a bit. Funny, I use just iMovie and Camtasia. Very good. Cool. Yeah, iMovie, I think that's free for anybody with a Mac. And Camtasia's not, but I think you can do more with it. But yeah, no, I've just never used iMovie. Again, I'm late coming to the Mac game. I only got my Mac a year and a half ago. LED lighting in the closet. Yeah, that I made a video on how I did that. If you want to search back, I think 6 to 8 months ago. So I kind of walked through the whole steps. I made that. I think it was January I made that this past year. Update on the video quality. I've gone back and removed a lot of these camera settings as well as boosting the power to 60% on my lights, and I'm getting closer to the look I'm shooting for. Great. It does take a lot of trial and error. It really does. I didn't land on my settings right away either. It took quite a while, actually. Rod uses mainly Magic Movie Studio for editing. Any thoughts on that program? It seems to work out for me. Magic Movie Studio. I actually have never heard of it. I'm not familiar with it at all. But hey, if it works for you, keep using it. Like I'm all about using what you have and what you're used to, right? Why learn something new if you don't have to? So keep using it if it works for you. Now you may come across something that it can't do that you wish it could. From a video editing perspective, maybe you want to mask something out or you want to animate something and whatever you use can't do that, then maybe you want to look at something else, learning something else. But if it does all you need it to do, then stick with it is my suggestion. How are we doing for time? We still good? 5:45 here. Greetings from South Africa. I am very late. No, you're just on time. You're fine. You can always watch the beginning later. How you doing, Jim? Good to see you again. I just found out recently less than 1% of YouTube accounts are monetized, and that data is from ChatGPT, based off active channels and pointing the data at Social Blade. Okay, very good. Yeah, I believe that. Less than 1%. And probably 1% of that 1% are making a full-time living from YouTube. So, but still, 1% of 1% of all YouTube accounts is millions of YouTube accounts. There's so many. There's billions. I think there's billion. I think what I thought like 2.7 billion rings a bell, which is like a third of the global population. Now, some people may have more than one, right? And there's probably many that are inactive. But still, there's a ton. A ton. Oh, typo. Magic's movie studio from Sony. Didn't notice the autocorrect. Now, I still don't know it. Sorry. I still don't know Magic's movie studio. But yeah, again, if it works for you, stick with it. I only wished Sony would have a full camera control dashboard via a laptop. There is one, but it's limited to f-stop, ISO, does not go deep into color tones or adjusting those settings. Yeah. I spent a lot of time playing around with the picture profile settings, like the colors and all that kind of stuff. And to me, it was just a rabbit hole that I was never going to get out of. There's so much other stuff that I need to be spending my time on. And quite honestly, the standard picture profile right out of the camera, the Sony cameras, to me looks wonderful. It looks amazing. That's what you're seeing here. So if you like this look, that's that. Now, again, for my uploaded videos, I do a little bit of color correction in Camtasia, but you can, so whatever your camera gives you, you can always, kind of manipulate it a little bit to make it look a little bit better. But having said that, the Sony cameras can do a whole lot more than what I'm using it for. It's just that for me, I think it does as good a job as I need it to with the standard settings. And I kind of fall back on, and I heard this one time before, and it was probably Think Media where I got it from, and that's that people will forgive a video that doesn't look perfect, but they won't forgive audio that doesn't sound great. So you can, in other words, you can lose viewers with bad audio. Like if your audio is clipping and distorted, or too low, or too loud, or not mixed right. Like if the music is too loud in the background, like all that stuff. If your audio is messed up in any way, you're more apt to lose people than if your video isn't perfect. So that's why I say focus on getting good audio and then just be good enough with the video. So you can hold your camera with your hand, or better yet, put it on a tripod. But today's cell phones are damn good at video. Good enough, I think. The video I made over a week ago on my boat out in the ocean, in the middle of St. Margaret's Bay, boat was rocking. It was sunny and nice out. So, but the colors, like gorgeous blue sky, the green trees, I had a red shirt on, I think. Like the contrast looked great, in my opinion. I mean, you talk to a colorist or like a professional color grader, perhaps it could have been better, but I think it looked great. And then I just used this $30 or $40 or $20 or whatever it is, this relatively cheap microphone to try to cut down on wind. And that was fine. That was, it doesn't stop. It's not stop. People aren't leaving because the video is bad, right? Even though maybe it could have been better if you're talking to a professional. Nick Hain. Hello, Nick. How you doing? I'm using AI voice to narrate my sci stories in English because it's not my native language. I know it's not the best option, but can't afford voice actor. Kind of stuck on that. Yeah, no, voice actors are expensive for sure, especially for good ones. But yeah, for your case, if you can't speak English well and you want to make English videos, then sure, AI voice can be a definite bonus. But even having said that, it's just going to be harder for you to connect with your audience. That's all. If you're using AI to create your voices, I think sometimes AI is good for making corporate videos. If a corporation wants to make videos on their software or company or whatever, and they can't afford, voice actors or actors, or don't have anybody to do it themselves, then I think AI voices or AI avatar is probably a good idea. But if your goal is to grow a YouTube channel, I think it's going to be hard to use AI voice and AI avatars to do that. There are people who are doing it and successfully, but the other thing to keep in mind, there may come a point in time where YouTube doesn't allow sites like that to be monetized. I don't know. I just, that would be my concern. And then just also remember that if you're not very confident speaking in English, that could be the subject of a video. You could say, I'm non-native English speaker here doing the best I can. This is my first YouTube video. I'm going to try my best. For any of you out there who are struggling and want to make videos but don't think your English is good enough, talk to me. I know all about it and we can talk about it. And then there you go. Now you've got a YouTube channel that talks about that. Right? That's just an idea. I don't know if that's something you want to do or not, but that's kind of where my mind goes. Try to help people who are in a similar situation as yourself. Sometimes can make a good idea for a YouTube channel. Less than 10% make it over the 1,000 sub mark last I saw. Yeah, probably. That's probably right. There's probably a lot of dormant channels out there too. There are 51 million channels on YouTube. Only 38 million of those are considered active. If monetization is part of your definition, then around 2 million creators are signed up to YouTube 2024. Okay, there you go. There's the stats direct from ChatGPT, is it? Or do you know this? You're absolutely right on the rabbit hole. I only wish I would have learned this a long time ago. You and me both. I'm the same. I went to school to be a mechanical engineer, and then I got a business degree after that, and I don't use any of that. I should have studied film in school because that's what I like. I like making videos. YouTube wasn't a thing when I went to school though, so oh well, got to change with the times. I got caught up on all the YouTube video content about color tones and whatnot. I should have kept it simple. Yeah, well, if you're interested in that sort of thing, there's a lot to learn, that's for sure. Sci-fi, I even narrate myself when I feel like character in the story fits my accent, but don't feel good enough to do it all myself. Okay, that's cool. It's a good way to start, actually. That's a great way to start. Start with small roles and grow from there. That makes sense, Nick Hain. I forget what Nick Hain said, but I remember the name. Spanish with Q Ru Paul. Welcome, Paul. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I'm caught up on the live chat. How are we doing out there? We are just about at 4 hours. I'm probably going to have to put a cap on this. Did you get value out of this video, this live stream? Everything good? Once this live stream is over, you'll be able to watch it on the replay. On the replay, I'll have monetization turned back on, so there may be the odd ad pop up, but you won't miss any of the live stream because it's not live anymore. It's a video on demand, and the video pauses during ads. That's the word I'm looking for. So that's the way that works. So the rest of this week, I am going to continue working on that, which is going to be out hopefully next week. That's going to be a free download. It's an 11-page YouTube success checklist for those over 40. Step-by-step beginner's guide for creating engaging YouTube videos. So it's basically my step-by-step process. It's everything I do, like everything I do. I outline it here, and it's a checklist you can follow. You can follow my exact steps. What's going to follow with this is a mini course that is a set of, at last count, it's going to be 36 videos that walk you through everything. And it's me talking you through everything and showing things and showing me in the software editing videos and explaining things and all that stuff. So that's what I'm working on now. Because I'm working on all of that, I'm not putting out as many videos, but I do want to stick to at least one a week. So by Thursday or Friday, expect another video from me. Sitting in that chair over there, I will be sitting over there giving another video. And Thursday or Friday. I don't yet know what that's going to be about because I haven't made it yet. But I've kind of gotten into a groove where I can start the process at around this time, like around supper time the day before, and by the next morning I'll have it uploaded and on YouTube. So that's what I'm going to try to do Thursday or Friday. So look for that. And then also after that, I'll be back here next week, next Tuesday, same time for another live stream. I'm here every Tuesday for 1 o'clock Eastern time. So same time for 3 to 4 hours. Today was just about 4 hours. I hope that's not too long. And yeah, so I will see you either in the next video or next week's live stream. I've just got a couple more chats here to take a look at. Rob, this was great. Looking forward to the next one. Love how you pulled us right into your personal space and answered all the questions tossed out. No problem. I'm glad you like the format. Seems to be working for me as well. No problem, Jim. You're welcome, Sophia. No problem. Next step for over 50 like me. Okay, yes, that's right. Very good. Thanks, Nick. And thanks, Paul. Have a great evening yourself as well. Thanks again, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you get some value from this. That's my main purpose here, is to help you guys out. If you have any questions at all, you can ask them in the live chat. You've got about 2 minutes left to ask it in the live chat here. Once this is over, you can leave a comment down below or leave a comment in any of my videos and I'll answer those. I've been staying on top of all the comments, so ask away and you shall be answered. So with that said, thanks again, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now. Have a good night.